Welcome to Rift Rush. The NACL playoffs have finally begun, and we're here to tell you everything that happened. Stumps, highlights, and unexpected victories. Miss something? Don't worry, and get ready for the rundown. We open with Supernova against Blue Otters. First game, Kryra steals the show and the Otters closes out the match at minute 31 with authority. Second game, it looked like another comfortable victory for the Otters, but Hoarder comes from behind and with a tremendous backdoor ties the series. In the third match, Blue Otters took control early. Gold lead, 0 dragons for Supernova, and at minute 31, Kryra once again initiates the key fight, and Blue Otters takes the series 2-1. Our MVPs for this series were Kryra in the jungle with that amazing splashy sack. We had Quacker in the top lane and Sandeking in the mid lane, but with that team fight starting potential, of course, Kryra got the MVP. In the second series, we got Conviction against Citadel Gaming. Evolve surprised everyone by unleashing an Ezreal in the mid lane. It was a massive action-packed match that stretched until the 44th minute, where Conviction secured the first win. In the second match, both teams respected each other until the 50th minute, when Conviction surprised Citadel with 4 consecutive kills. From then on, it was all conviction paradise. 26 minutes, a 14,000 gold lead, and a 2-0 series. Well, for this series we have GF Blade, Evolved, and Viper as our prospects. But with that bursting Kai'Sa, of course, Viper took the MVP. Well, day one is over, with a huge surprise with a falling star. Now, let's take a look to day two and see how our teams faced up. First series of day two, and the first game was somewhat tilted toward Dark Zero, but Dorado Gaming held their own and took the first win with a decisive team fight. The second map was way more even, but at minute 24, Sushi scored a quadra kill that gave Dorado Gaming the lead, holding on to an unexpected 2-0 for the series. Ariana, Mixer, and Sushi are our prospects for this series, and with a KDA of 45, Sushi of course gets the MVP with Senna. 14 kills in both games and 0 deaths in the second one, undisputable. LG against Windrop University. In the first game, a bit slow, but at minute 22, LG took a lead with several kills and dominated from there on, taking the first victory in their playoffs. Game 2 was much more dynamic, dominated by LG from the start. Windrop only managed to get one single kill out of LG's 21, taking the series with a resounding 2-0 victory. Tomio, Zazel, and Insanity. This team is showing why they are the kings holding the crown. And Insanity today is our most valuable player with that hopping Aurora. First week of the playoffs in the NACL are over. What do you think? Do you have your favorite finalists yet? Is LG going to keep their crown, or is someone else going to cut them right off their heads? We'll have to see. But for now, we have Supernova against Citadel Gaming. Let's see who's going to be the first team to be eliminated.
Welcome back, one and all, to another week of NACL Split 2 playoffs. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and I couldn't be more excited to kick this week off. We've got an elimination day on the line. Before we get to that, got to give a huge shout out to Desirex. He did have the emergency sub out of today. Got to give all the love to him. Please send your love his way, and we'll be getting to some serious gaming here very soon, Cubby. I couldn't be more excited. Again, we did not think we would be in the position we are today, potentially saying goodbye to this Supernova squad as they take on Citadel Gaming.
Yeah, I had both Supernova and Citadel in my top 4 before the split started. I thought that these would be two teams that would be more likely to actually play in that promotion tournament compared to the rest of the teams we had in the field. After one of those teams, all those hopes will be out the window, down to 1 life each for these teams, and excited to see them go toe-to-toe with a lot of history between them on the line going into today.
Yeah, and if you missed any of the action from that last week, if you missed the recap we just had with Rift Rush, make sure you go check out the socials. It'll be scrolling off in the top left of your screen. You'll be able to catch any clips, any action you missed, any of the standings implications and things that are going on today, at least in the bracket that we have for the playoffs. The most important playoffs, I would say, of all of NACL history.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, what, almost 10 years since we had an LTA spot on the line. The fact that we are playing for that slot going into this year, I think it made it really exciting. We had a lot of players really return to compete this split. A lot of the players in the series today, I mean, didn't even really compete in split one. So that's pretty wild to think about, just trying to draw in some of that talent and try to play for that slot themselves. So definitely, you know, as we get further and further into this season, going to get closer to that slot, and I have to see if our teams can step up and who can step up today, as both teams, of course, did tumble. Hasn't been the split that especially Citadel wanted. Supernova the last couple weeks have been cold, and we're going to have to see who can really get the best of who today.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look down memory lane here as we go over the recap from maybe some of those series as well, but a little bit of a walk down memory lane from that last week. Again, I think some things, it felt like like a continuation, I guess, of that split number one playoffs where we had crazy upsets in that round number one, and we had almost two of them, I'm not going to lie. But the series last week were absolutely crazy, especially with that big upset on that day one. But this is going over the last day of last week.
Yeah, we did have Dark Zero fall, another surprise, as Dorado. I really feel like Dorado, you know, we looked at this team, they had 3 rookies. We knew Sushi could team fight in the late game, but it felt like they just put things together. And for Dark Zero, they said it on socials afterwards, it looked very apparent in the game. It's just not their day. They did not play on-point League of Legends in a day where they needed to. So their first life also, it's been used, and it just leads to a lot of the chaos that we have. So we'll see if they can put up better games tomorrow as they hit the Rift tomorrow. And it's definitely going to be, I think, a lot of learning in the next couple of days, Mazel, as to what it's going to look like for that LTA slot moving forward. We're going to drop 2 teams in the next couple of days, and could easily, if Supernova or Dark Zero fall, I mean, you got to believe that really opens up the field for everyone else as 2 of the really perennial favorites to make it through.
Yeah, there's a lot of sharks in that lower bracket right now. We're going to see one of the big ones today for sure. Then we did have the LG Winthrop University series. I got to say, Winthrop maybe need to ask some questions, ask what happened, ask why their magic was stolen, because we had the Blue Otter upset, then we had the Dorado Gaming upset, and then there was nothing left for Winthrop University to get the big upset on their side of things. But they did end up falling. They'll be in that lower bracket with the big sharks that we were talking about. And let's go ahead and talk about that bracket here, as today is Elimination Day, a best of 5 between Supernova and Citadel Gaming. But we have to look how everything else is panning out. Again, 1 series there to qualify at least into that upper bracket, the upper 7th match there, into a potential grand finals for some teams that maybe we didn't expect to already be in that conversation.
I mean, look, I think on paper, the expectation is to be Conviction versus Luminosity Gaming, and that's going to be really crazy to see if the team of streamers that have been playing very well in this league can actually take down Luminosity Gaming to book their ticket and be one of the 2 teams that will be competing for that LTA slot. So do find that pretty crazy. Meanwhile, of course, we are in the lower bracket. Only best of 5s here on out down there. So if you're playing for your life, you have 5 games to prove it. Personally, I love that. I think with the stakes so high this split. So I got the first one today, L1 and Supernova versus Citadel Gaming. And honestly, a fun one tomorrow with that mini rivalry between Dark Zero and Winthrop University, of course, with the collegiate history that we have between these 2 squads as well.
It just seems to have panned out to be some really nice, strong bonds between the 2 matchups that we have in that bottom bracket, huh, Cubby? As you take a look at that setup between the collegiate rivals, we also take a look at these 2 teams, Supernova versus Citadel Gaming, facing up in that best of 5. Again, it changes the entirety of how you prep, how you approach this series with the amount of picks and bans that you have, but there's also a lot of history between these 2 orgs.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Supernova and Citadel, I know Citadel is a new team, but that core that they have, they were competing on Supernova at this time last year, looking at Kenvi and Diamond specifically with that Supernova squad. They had Toasty in the mid lane. This was one of the more competitive teams that we actually saw in NACL at the time. And on the flip side for Supernova, again, they really went back to the shed. They took the collegiate team out and ended up putting a team of expected favorites in.
They went and got the savings, you know?
Yeah, and so the fact that, you know, we have a lot of players from that, a Blaze Olive going up against some of his former teammates too with that Cincy Fear team that ended up repping America or Tier 2. Yeah, NACL and Tier 2 Americas. There we go. We found it. With that international event that we had in the back half of last year. It's pretty wild just the fact that a lot of these players out of the 10, they've played either on Supernova or played on teams before. There have been a lot of jockeying between these players just for positions even within teams. Thinking of Bradley and Blaze Olive, 2 players that were competing for a lot of the mid-lane opportunities at this time last year, and then also throughout this past split in terms of how they found these teams. So yeah, pretty wild to think, and definitely excited to see what these 2 teams of a lot of experience can bring out in a fearless best-of-5 format playing for their tournament lives.
Exactly that. Supernova maybe not expecting to be here. Had a little bit of an oopsie in that first round in the upper bracket, but here they are in the lower bracket. Their lives on the line. A lot of big names between the roster.
Yeah, they got Blue Shell by the Blue Otters. So they're going to have to see if they can bounce back today. But, of course, some of those names, it really has felt like Supernova in the past couple of weeks. So they were playing these blistering early games to kick off the split. Few of the decision-making tree, a couple mistakes have gone into some of Supernova's recent early games, and I don't think they've responded well. Like, it looks like a team that just wasn't used to playing from behind. Yeah. And
well, we
have seen them struggle. And Citadel, another team that we have seen really struggle to stay ahead in some of their games, as they have gotten leads, but have not been able to hang on to them in the same way that some of these players have been able to do in the past.
And obviously, I think the combination of Kenvi and Diamond as kind of that leadership role, the shot calling within game, it can be extremely powerful. But when they're all on the same page, it looks really good. When they have those early game advantages, sometimes it can look really clean. But struggling to put that all together and struggling to really execute towards their strategies, especially coming out of draft, can be a little bit of a tough one. And against Supernova, you can't have those kinds of mess-ups.
Yeah, and look, for Citadel, I think that it more so has just been them playing too fast. I think that's a mistake that Kenvi and Diamond, just as a tandem, these guys, they like to play fast games. Sometimes they play a little bit too fast. That's really hurt Citadel. Whereas for Supernova, I think the difference maker for me is that them playing from behind just haven't made the right decisions, haven't taken the right fights to really get themselves back into the game. So we'll see really what both teams have worked on the past week in order to prepare themselves for, again, a do-or-die best-of-5 today.
Exactly that. And we're going to take a look at the last time these 2 teams met because we have a little bit of history to go over. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Blue Water! They have done the unthinkable! The greatest upset in 2025 has arrived, and it's Blue Water knocking Supernova down to the lower bracket.
I think we all have the ability to 1v9 a game, and I don't think any of us are a liability. All our capabilities to be the X factor.
Blue Water is trying to retreat.
They got it!
Back to the defense of their base, but they will not get a chance to do it. Horner and ABO expecting the base.
I think the one team that I believe to maybe rank higher than they were seeded is Citadel.
CTG have done the seemingly impossible and taken down Supernova.
For Supernova, I think all around their team play is very good. They really play well around their mid laner. So for myself, I think me and Ken are going to have to stay on top of our game.
How quickly they collapse. Heroic entrance comes in and Sudsy gets splashed by the Justice Punch of Bradley. And so do the rest of Vancouver Impact. Shockwave doesn't exactly have to angle. Fadishan gets ridiculously low. 1 for 1, but here comes Order! Triple kill as a great sword cleaves through CCG.
You heard it from the players. Gotta be focused, you gotta be quick, and you can't mess up. It's all down to this between the 2 teams. Take a look at them. The last time these teams met, Citadel handed Supernova one of their 2 regular season losses in the whole split. But here they come into a best-of-5 this time around.
Yeah, and you can look and see some of the blistering early games that Supernova were able to put on the Rift with that goal differential at 15 throughout the regular season. Did not have the same luck or success going up against Blue Otter as, of course, Supernova I think really struggled in those playoff games, or that series, I should say specifically. They averaged being down 300 gold out of 3 games in 15 minutes, and we're playing from behind for the majority of the series. So definitely looking to see if they can return to some of that form they had in the early games today against Citadel, as that will be a big part of their game plan from the drafts we've seen so far.
Yeah, will indeed. And these are the playoff stats from the first series between the two, and vast difference, I would say, Cubby.
Yeah, and Citadel, going up against Conviction, I think that they put together, I think, a couple respectable early games. They really threw, I think it was the first game against Conviction going back. That probably should have been a Citadel win, but Conviction, that team, I really like the identity that they've found for themselves. Some of those Moonstone supports for Stunt have been really big. Definitely wish that more people would put some more time into the Karma, even the Janna. It's been really big for that strategy, and definitely curious to see if either of those make an emergence today as a course going 5. I do think that, likely you're going to be looking at one game. You're going to be playing Enchantress, or saw maybe a little bit of an off-meta support. Breezy, Diamond been playing against each other for a long time. Going to have to see what picks they go to the well for, because they can really dig deep and find stuff that not a lot of people are willing to play.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I know the Renata's going to, kind of skyrocket in this one if we do end up getting to that Enchanter side. But I expect, at least early in the picks, we'll end up getting kind of that typical stock standard bot lane setup that we've been getting if the power picks are available. I do believe I heard Supernova are going to be on blue side for game number 1. Does matter in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, again, loser from here gets to choose sides, so Supernova being the higher seed. They get to snipe blue side on game 1, and yeah, it really feels like with Supernova, I mean, I will say that one thing with them throughout the regular season, it felt like they were able to play a little bit of a narrower strat book, of course, it just being best of ones. I'm curious to see them go dig deep. Like, I know that Citadel is able to dig deep and find stuff to play, as all these guys have been playing for so long, but for Supernova, it feels like they played with the same identity for the vast majority of the regular season, which was kind of like, okay, Order can play carries, we're going to look for swaps and play a lot of priority bot lane, like Lucian, Various, Caitlyn were picks that I remember Scary Jerry playing and playing pretty well. We're going to have to see Supernova, I think, widen their pool a little bit, as especially Dardoch and Blaze Olive. I mean, they didn't play a ton of different champs in those best of ones, so definitely going to have to see what kind of changes as the series move forward and what choices each of these teams are going to have to make.
Yeah, and before we get to that first game, we do got to talk about our predictions. I believe I got a little bit of a sneak peek to it earlier. A little bit one-sided, as should happen. But the last time things for this team Supernova were supposed to happen, they didn't. So we have one man strong, at least. Deserex holding down the Citadel fort, or just holding down the Citadel, I guess.
Hey man, he was the only one on Dorado, and he got to do a lot of barking with that Dorado victory this past week over Dark Zeros. So we'll see if Deserex
literally go check out his stream.
Yeah, his success. Him and Rafa were having way too much fun on that co-stream. But yeah, that said, before we dive on in, we have to shout out ProDiff. Do have a lot of players competing today that you can find on the ProDiff.gg website as a coach. Scan the QR code, get one-on-one coaching from the pros. Only pros on ProDiff.gg. So if you want that ProDiff for yourself, head on over there, check out some of the coaching and some of the players that are competing today that you can find on that website. Thinking of Philip and Breezy specifically, a few others as well, if you want coaching directly from the players we'll see in your series today.
Yeah, give them some clips, they'll go over it with you, they'll talk to you what you need to do, and you'll be able to level up the knowledge next time you get into your own game. But getting into game is the most important thing, and that's what we're going to be doing now, hopefully getting into draft number 1 here soon. Big matchup on the table, though, has to be what the jungle is looking like today. I think Dardoch has been, if you haven't followed his story as of late, he has turned into kind of a positive pillar in the tier 2, tier 3 atmosphere in a lot of ways. And he's also a damn good jungler to back that up. And he's going against Kenby, who is on a quest to re-find himself. I feel like he did, but he's on a quest to get back to that tier 1 setup, to get back there how he wants to do it in the way that he wants to jungle. And I think it's going to be a lot of butting heads tonight between the two.
Two very mechanically talented junglers. I always call Kenby the hands king of NACL belovedly, as Kenby has always been mechanically so good down here. And just like the sheer amount of history that we have between these players. I mean, both these guys, University of St. Thomas in their background, And just between the teams too, like, and Bradley's played on teams with Philip and Instinct going back since like 2020. We've got people from Citadel used to play for Supernova. Blaze Olive was playing with Instinct and Philip on Fear just this past year. Just to like hear and see all these crossovers, it is kind of amazing that this is the first lower bracket series that we have a best of 5 inside who just gets to move on and continue to compete in NACL. Not the expectations we had with the names on both these teams coming in, but the reality that we're in. We're going to have to see who can clutch up today.
Yeah, we will. Well, we're into draft number 1 here, as I do expect a lot of that focus to go towards that jungle. We do got that Vi insta-ban by Supernova, followed by the Yone as well. It's going to be the Malachi ban on the other side of things, as well as the Azir. Final ban in the first phase for Supernova will be the Nika.
All right, Gwen, Varus are really where my eyes are at. I think that Gwen, a lot of the answers are up, but a pick that Porter is not only willing to play, also willing to play into, with Jax being his most played. We've seen him play that matchup. Varus going to be the choice, though, to take away from Scary Jerry.
Still up?
Well, we have a nerf Trundle, but it's the Pantheon, very high priority still, so that's going to be in the hands of Dardoch. We're going to have to see if he can use that brute force strength to get early on and the semi-globals later on to make sure this game is played quickly and played in favor of Supernova.
Up tempo. You got to keep going, keep engaging. Although people will be surprised what he can do in the late game. That's all I'm saying. The Yunara is still up, probably a definite pick here, as they do provide so much power in the team fights, but as well as actually pretty decent pushing power on that 2v2.
Yeah, Rumble on the flip side. We'll say usually with Yunara, you want to tank to try and create some space, so looking out to see how Citadel can solve that later on with that Rumble top lane. Because now it's going to be a little bit about setup for the Wombo. We'll say I don't love that opener into Pantheon. I think that Pantheon's ability to attack both those side lanes is pretty deadly, especially Rumble like later on in the game. If you pick a side laner now for Hoarder, I'm wondering if they're going to really play to attack Rumble. And yeah, keep in mind, I mean, you did give over that Pantheon and Talia combo that is very, very deadly. Most teams opt to deny by not opting to take the Talia for yourself. So I think that's a pretty risky start to the draft here for Citadel.
I think so too. I think there's already a lot of punishment going Instinct's way on the Yunara. Not only can you not miss position against the Pantheon, you get 100 to 0'd. You aren't going to be freely able to use your blink throughout these team fights once you transcend yourself. So we'll see how he can do. Again, hey, maybe it's the right moment for Instinct to step up mechanically, as he always does, it feels like. But the Gwen is locked in the end for Hoarder. Again, some answers on the other side, but it's going to be the J4 before we get into the second phase for Citadel.
Do like the Jarvan for Kenvi. You can buffer both the Pantheon stun and then kind of the Talia combo. You want to EQ out as you beat the Pantheon stun. And EQing through the rocks, it does stun you, but you're still able to move. So that is a way you can hopefully cheat out of some of the flicks and the combos that might be coming your way on top of the hot pot setup for the Rumble. It definitely puts a bit of threat on Scary Jerry to be pressured to play a mobile marksman, and you can take a couple of those away here. So as real, expect a Lucian ban as well. That's been a really big pick for Jerry. I think that utility is really where he's looking to set up for the rest of his team, but a Lucian ban I think is very warranted here, given that you are showing Rumble Jarvan. Yeah.
I mean, I still think there's options, though, to feel comfortable. I mean, you look at the Jhin and things along those lines. It's been okay into the Yunara, but you just provide so much utility to a Pantheon, to a Gwen. It can really, really set you up for success. But in that second phase, at least for Supernova, they have one more ban in the first game.
Orianna taken away. Wondering if it's like, okay, they're just going to go Rakan. Take away a potential Zaya Rakan, sorry, Yunara's already showing. Take away at least an option for Diamond. As Rakan does give you good options to piggyback in with Jarvan, so I think that's a decent takeaway. Rumble with the setup, I'd look for Alistar, Rel as options here, but I expect them to maybe take mid first. I'm just curious if they want to priority pick or power pick something like an Alistar that has been such a big pick. Instead, going to be the Annie though, so Annie Jarvan quite the combo, and definitely some threat into Talia. So you can actually make plays and set up into Talia with what's showing in the Citadel draft, which I think is pretty good for him.
And a little side point here is we are getting that counter pick for the support setup for Citadel, and especially for Breezy, who has had, as we had maybe talked about, a stellar split, at least so far in a lot of ways, even though in struggles in regular season and in the opening of the playoffs. I still think this guy is such a key factor two kind of connecting, and especially with Kenvi coming off the ground against the other side, being able to buffer what Kenvi and Diamond want to do. And I love to see the Alistar coming through for him and at least giving him some tools to combat that duo that is so potent on the side of Supernova, at least on the side of Citadel.
It's always been a big pick for Breezy, that Alistar too, but does open up a Braum angle for Diamond, and I got to say, I didn't love the opener to Citadel's draft. I have liked how they rounded it out. I think that you already have enough main engage to really warrant a Braum, and it's a pretty low range comp for Supernova, so I think Braum actually finds a lot of value here. It's just, can Citadel be big enough to make sure this Yunara can carry late? That's going to be the question that we're looking to answer or ask, and then also, can Citadel survive the side lanes? I think it's really important that mid-jungle 2v2, the Pantheon plus the Taliyah, can you play this Jarvan Annie into it, set it behind, and then snowball from there? Because if not, Pantheon Taliyah, those double semi-globals, I think collapsing into especially the Rumble lane, Philip's going to have to be really careful about his side lane play later on. Make sure he's using those equalizers to cheat timers and get out and get away from the Grand Skyfall and also those Weaver's walls that are likely to be headed your way. Flip side, Braum can catch a Pantheon engage decently well, but Pantheon plus Taliyah, if they make their way bot, I think that that's still a bot lane where you're going to be on the back foot. So Supernova does have a lot of that priority early on. Want to see if they're able to play those sound early games they were playing when they did start the split 7-0. Before they started this little bit of a slide, which, fun fact, actually started in the Citadel, who did hand them their first loss of the split. So going to have to see if Supernova can bounce back against that.
I do expect at least the first couple of games in the series to have that quicker tempo to it for these teams to try to play towards the way they want to. But I gotta say, the bar of execution for Citadel gaming feels a lot higher than Supernova at this point. Like, you really have to make sure that these ultimate combos are coming down at the in synchronicity and especially like following up on each other.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, like, combo is important for both teams. I'm curious what ends up happening. I think you have options with Citadel. Do you start the fight with Annie, or do you start the fight with Jarvan? Depends on what flashes are up, what flashes are taken away. Flip side for Supernova, I do think their fight is pretty straightforward. Yeah. It's pretty easy to start and follow up with everyone there. Gwen and Corki just there for the raw damage, everyone else there for setup. So I don't think there are too many difficulties there. Only difficulty would be, is Alistar going to be able to play in range? I think there's a chance he can get kited out between Braum, Rumble, Jarvan. I think that's a bit of a real concern, but not really. So I think Supernova just had more strength early, more priority early, and then Citadel, that mid-jungle 2v2, really important for them, because I think if that's losing, then the whole map kind of falls apart.
Yeah, because
on that mid-jungle 2v2 to make sure the side lanes can be a little bit more stable in the Pantheon.
Yeah. Because if you start losing at least some of that strength in the front line, I mean, Yunara doesn't have that much range, and it's not going to feel great running in to try to auto-attack in team fights against this comp from Supernova. So I do like this forward step, at least for both sides. I think they've gotten a couple comforts for at least both things, and being able to get this in game number 1 feels really good. But I do think it puts more pressure with a lot of the big picks taken off in game number 1 on the rest of this series. And you have to remember, like, this series is it for one of these teams.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact that this is the end-all, be-all in the most important split of NACL history, when you have an LTA promotion slot on the other side of this, if you can make the run down this lower bracket, I think there's a lot of pressure on all 10 players here.
Of course, always, but hey, a lot of experience between these 10 players to at least cope with the pressures. So gonna have to see what ends up happening on the Rift. Guys, we're getting close to the game. Before we hop on in, though, gonna give you voice in the Twitch chat, make your voices heard. Predict who will win. We got Citadel, CTG, or Supernova. So please spam the chat, make the bar move. I think that both comps, I would favor where Supernova's at, but I think it's winnable here for both teams. Just curious to see what can happen with that Yunara later on in the game. I will say that with the Gwen, what I like when I see like playing into Yunara, I think the best answer I've seen is actually like in Mbessa top. I know Mbessa and the Rumble isn't like the favorite matchup, but I was a little bit surprised it ended up being Gwen and not Mbessa, because the point and click combo between like Panth, Taliyah, and then you throw an Mbessa in there, that can be pretty deadly for a Yunara. Whereas Gwen, of course, you know, that spell shield can help you mitigate the Yunara damage if she's not in range, but you don't have the same follow-up, the same dive that we've seen into Yunara, where no matter how big you get in the later stage of the game, if you do remove Yunara from the map, I mean, well, you can remove Yunara from the map, so that is quite big.
She's still at ADC, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Although I will say Hoarder has been very comfortable on the Gwen. I think that's super important to focus on as well. I think getting him a lot of comfort picks has been a staple, at least for Supernova, and rightfully so. You know, he's the newest guy on the block. He's you know, in his rookie year here, and I think, you know, being able to find his comfort where he still finds a way to succeed. I mean, you hear the confidence behind him as well when he talks. I think that's a little known factor. I guess a little bit of an undercurrent for Supernova in this series.
Yeah, I know that at least Supernova, of course, like behind the scenes, the last couple weeks, disappointing for them. Talking with Supernova did feel like they were kind of calm about it, which I think you have to stay poised at this point of the season, but caught up with Breezy, whose birthday it is, by the way.
It is.
Before we hop into the games, definitely said that they just needed to clean up clean up their draft, clean up some of the rotations. The match is going to be fine. So we'll see if that's the case for Supernova.
Well, let's see who can succeed in the early game strats. Who takes this game number 1, that first step into this best of 5, an elimination series between Supernova and Citadel Gaming. It starts now. And no level 1, which you know I'm sad about, but it's okay.
It's not yet. Oh, Annie
They're
Brom.
saving the spice for later. You know,
Some
when it matters
opportunity
most.
with Annie Brom, you know?
I thought so.
Not with
But hey,
Jarvan,
it
sadly.
happens.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel, but every time I see Pantheon in a draft, I mean, you can only play him once in a series, obviously, but I think, okay, well, if you lose half your health, maybe you're not as strong. Maybe you lose your life, too. The early flash coming through isn't going to end up killing Dardoch. He will be out of flash, and that really impacts his first gank as the Pantheon.
Yeah, well, we'll say the flash trade from Kenvi on the Dardoch there, that's worth for the Jarvan. A little bit more mobility with the EQ, and that is how you want to play this matchup as the Jarvan, is that you try and find ways to cheat the terrain. I talk a lot about when Pantheon's in the game, the ability to control the front line, because as you highlighted, Mazel, you know, you said, hey, it might be an early game champ, but it is sneaky damage later on. Yeah, Sundered Sky is a hell of an item, but if you can trap him in place, I think wait out some of his cooldowns where he's not able to auto-attack, combo, and play out a fight the way the Pantheon can. I do find it to be a little bit limited as a champion later on, so
Yeah.
I think that's something else that Citadel's comp can do pretty well, like between Annie, Rom, Jarvan. Real options to play into that Pantheon in later stages of the game, but we'll see. I mean, Dardoch's going to still be able to press R and make plays, so a little bit
True
delayed
that.
on the clear, but see what he can do later on.
Yeah, I mean, you usually can get those earlier ganks off as Pantheon, but maybe just going to delay that till you can get a big Starfall in. In the end, though, it is going to be opposite side pathing for both junglers. See if any early path comes to fruition here. Maybe a little bit of an early gank if we want to see Kenvi get involved, but the name of the game is these two guys right here. Dardoch, Kenvi, a lot of history between the two. Again, you said it before the series had started, very mechanically gifted. I expect that to be on full display today.
Yeah, I mean, thinking back to the start of the split where Citadel heroed up that game versus Winthrop, Kenvi was able to hit a couple big spikes, big plays on that buy. Definitely a player that has always been gifted with the hands, but in terms of how he plays the game, you know, there was a learning curve with Immortals, and it feels like Kenvi in a way is kind of still learning and still trying to find that resurgence. It hasn't been, I'd say it's just been a fine split for Kenvi. I think that Citadel, like their wins and losses have been mostly influenced by some of their other players, but going into Dardoch, first two University of St. Thomas junglers, get back to some of the collegiate posture that we've had, and see if Kenvi can beat who he ended up replacing over there.
As we end up seeing preemptive engage from Diamond. Going to get the flash out of Breezy. A lot of respect being paid by Supernova's bot lane, rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, if he eats the Winter's Bitestone there, definitely get comboed up from Jarvan and already burned the Q, so might have went down. I think that's a good look from Kenvi. Delays that crab take a little bit, but was able to get something positive for it. And just going to be, after the Pantheon started with that delay clear, going to be...
Ooh, a
jungle.
devious
he's taking
second
it again.
game. Devious as always. He goes straight in on Breezy. They lock him down. The Winter's Bite sinks deep. First blood for Citadel.
That's a really good look for Kenvi, and I like how Citadel is playing with that wave. That wave is pushing into Citadel. So Kenvi with the mirrored clears, of course, we had Dardoch ending his career on the top side. He's the only jungler down here and was able to find Flash first, the kill second. He's going to pick up the kill for himself, doesn't go over to Instinct, but still, positive play for Citadel, start things off.
Oh, honestly, I'll take that. Kenny getting early gold on the map on a J4 like this against Dardoch, I will absolutely take that. Tunneler start as well. Gonna have so much more damage because you have to remember the passive that Jarvan has as well on top of it all.
It means a Shojin opener, which I like from Kenvi. That Shojin item is very, very strong. Okay, we're going to get a swap coming in. So, I mean, frankly, this is advantage Instinct. That top wave should be pushed into the Corki, but you can see as these waves die, Yunara in a much better spot. Instinct does have that early call. Some good tech here. I know LS was talking about this, posted a screenshot of him talking about the Masu. I think it's specifically very good in Yunara, though, just the Cole plus dagger tech. The idea is that you can actually, with the autos, kind of keep your health bar decently up as it's on hit plus 3 health with the Cole, and Yunara with the Q. It applies on hits as it bounces, so Cole very powerful on this champion in terms of, you know, making sure Yunara scales which he wants to do, but also if you're hitting a wave, it's like plus 15 health every auto. It's pretty filthy broken.
It's actually crazy.
Yeah, it's really broken, I think.
So, is this okay though? Like, because I feel like something we have seen, especially in the last week and a lot of the series, like sometimes the swaps and they don't work out the way you expect them to be. So are we kind of okay with this?
Well, if the dive comes in on
If the dive comes in, it all works out, right?
And that's
they're going to bring everybody, all the bodies from Supernova appear in top lane to take down the side laner. Philip will fall, and the kill goes back to Supernova. So no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I mean, the harm's going to come in the Dragon being taken by Kenvi, but of course you're signing up for that with this play. Please Philip, no TP, going to lose a cannon wave. So Supernova will take that as Scary Jerry did pick up the kill on the Corki. Okay, so I think, I mean, it's just pretty much a play to get gold into the top side to away the Rumble. Yes, you lose the Dragon. We'll have to see how this one pans out. I think that was a fine play for Supernova. If they get something
check-in
positive.
later.
Yeah, it is.
You know?
I mean, the big thing is that they used that Weaver's Wall so early, it actually might be up for the Grub fight if they're able to wait a few seconds. Because that Grub fight, like the new tech with Spellbook, you can see Breezy has that TP as he spots Philip there. But a lot of these Spellbooks for the supports, when you snag it, you use the TP around the first Grub. So you kind of find a power play where you're able to either TP in early, take Vision, or TP in later and try and play for the fight. But expect to see Diamond swap to that as well, and to burn these TPs to try and make it to impact Grubs.
Cubby, hashtag not my bot lane. All right, this is not what we signed up for. When I want to play ADC in League of Legends, top laners need to go back to top lane. All right, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I don't like this.
I know. It's all right, Mazel. It's part of the swaps, the meta. This is something I will give Supernova credit for.
I'm supposed to have the support, Cubby.
You are, but hey, you're getting solo XP, regardless of your marksman up top. I think that's decent for both the marksman of the game. Corki, I think a little bit more ability reliant, so solo leveling, really nice for him.
Oh, Blaze Olive leaning over into the Kenvi gank. A Blaze Olive had no idea it was coming. The Cataclysm get the slam dunk. Meanwhile, counterplay coming in topside for Supernova, but the TP is there. They get the kill on Instinct. They're going to back away. Scary Jerry's in some trouble now, but all it is Diamond, and he's going to come into a 1v3 now. Instantly flash away. Does get the Winter's Bite to make sure he can escape. Supernova get the counterplay on top side, should be able to contest over the Grubs. We'll see if Kenvi can sneak away one before they do. He does get it.
He did. I think the other two go over to Supernova. Honestly, I'm fine with that play if I'm Citadel. I think that's okay. Because, again, we talked about this mid-jungle 2v2. They were able to set the Talia behind a little bit. Hopefully they're able, if you're a Citadel fan, to find that rinse and repeat. Meanwhile, yes, Yunara goes down. Like, yes, you lose out on the Grubs. But for me in this draft, I don't think they have the advantage if they're not able to bring the Rumble up. And Philip doesn't have a TP. So if I'm Citadel, going back, I'd almost look at, do we really want Yunara topside as Grub spawn? Obviously, Instinct went down, but I think it'd be best to play away or play for Yunara gold. It kind of gave Supernova that world where they can get a pretty big win and take Yunara off the map and play for Grubs, where I feel like their comp is stronger at this if Philip is missing, and he was bot with no TP. So I think Citadel kind of misallocated some of their lanes here. Really important to have Rumble at the grub fight. And Yunara going down going to hurt really bad too. So yes, a Blaze Olive goes down, but I think you're okay with that considering you removed Yunara from the map.
Kevin Kenvy the gold, though. That's going to feel good. The J4 can absolutely run these team fights if he gets the right setup. See how quickly he can crest over that first item. But we have hits level 6 for everybody now. At least getting a little bit closer there for Breezy. He'll be having that one very shortly. But does that change the nature of the fights here? I mean, especially 2 minutes out from Dragon, like, do we feel like either side with level 6s is just going to be better? We talked about that for CTG, at least the need to combo some of these ultis.
I think it depends on vision, who gets the jump. Like, if Bradley gets a really good start to the fight for Citadel, it could be really positive. Kenvy has that completed. Sundered Sky. I don't know why I thought it was Thunder in the Sojin. It's Sundered Sky. I'm trolling.
It's always Sundered Sky.
Yeah, it is. I'm trolling. Kenvy's not. We'll see if he goes Shojin second. I think that item is very, very powerful.
They both have Sundered Sky now, though, so they are matching.
Should still be advantage Pantheon. But in terms of the Dragon, which is going to be up here in a minute, we'll see. I mean, it's a portion of the game where if the Annie, Rumble, Jarvan, I think if they all find, the same target and a really sound engage, that sounds really good for me with Citadel. But the setup can be difficult / dangerous because, of course, if they aren't set up, it does give Supernova the ability to go play, and it looks like Supernova going to try and go play that side lane.
Oh,
Kenvy's on the cover.
He's got to be a little careful. He did end up getting stopped in his gank in mid lane, but now going to try to put some pressure back on the Dardoch. Going to go ahead and pop the control ward down there just to make sure they can snuff out any advance that Supernova is having. Dragon up in 30 seconds here. I do expect some readaptation of force down towards that bot side.
You can just see like the soft power that Supernova has just threatening the path to Leah, because I thought Kenvy did a nice job of covering there, but Philip and Bradley, they were both forced out of their lanes to just try to respond, and that does give Supernova priority on both those waves. They've shifted back into the Dragon to be here first. Removes some of the power of Annie, who would love to get the jump on you from Fog. So I thought it was good defense from Kenvy, but again, a nice play, like rotation, just that quiet threat of the Taliyah Pantheon. It has helped between the Hover's top and then getting back to the bot lane and get some early control over this Dragon.
Look at this, though.
With the Trinity Force completed on Scary Jerry, I think that you pick up this, like, this is the one wave where Citadel could play this Dragon. I think after this wave, it's going to be all Supernova. And Citadel, this is a great find for them to take this. This is really well done. So they picked up those waves. They were able to at least take this on the Supernova reset. So that's the first 2 Drakes pretty on time.
Yeah.
With Philip TPing to respond top, they're going to pick up all the waves, and I don't think if they take Dragon on that wave, they get access to it. So I think that's a great take from Citadel.
It's actually kind of crazy. Uncontested completely, not able to use that little, premier power spike with the Trinity Force, but they're going to try to get something on top side. Philip just going to flash on him. Gets out as well. That will be the play attempted by Supernova towards top.
Meanwhile, Dardoch is actually snuck in bot, so they get Philip's flash, but it's going to be gold into the Gwen.
Oh my god.
Be nice for Hoarder. Meanwhile, Breezy, that cow's on the opposite side of the pasture compared to Citadel.
Oh, nice little flash from Instinct. TP going to come down. Supernova has raised the white flag. They immediately back away. Hoarder overextended on top side. Oh no. Supernova trying to make a play on bot, and they get punished twofold. Fates of Warfare completed for Citadel.
Plates will go down mid to a Blaze Olive. Hoarder was able to get 4 or 3 plates on the top side. Scary Jerry got the first one, so that is a lot of gold to the Gwen. Still good kill by Citadel to answer. Gwen's still going to be ahead, though, off the back half of that play, especially given the kill did go over to the Jarvan. And a Blaze Olive picked something up mid, so honestly, I have to see where all the items are at on the back half of this. My concern, I think that's a decent answer from Citadel on the top side. The concern is that Philip, no equalizer, forced to reset after this. Plates are about to fall. That tower could easily be first brick. Of course, Citadel, feats are up in the air if they are able to get first brick. I just don't think they're going to be able to sniff it. Because for me, I think a Blaze Olive, he TP'd back. He's probably going to take care of that turret here on this wave.
And unfortunately, I do believe we've lost the Dragon timer. So hopefully we'll be able to figure when that one's coming out. But that's going to be extremely important since the sole point for Citadel Gaming will give them a lot of decision-making power around the map. Blaze Olive trying to get the last chunks on this outer turret, but won't be able to do so. Rift Herald going to be the next thing that spawns. You can see Supernova, they're up to something here, Cubby.
I like the defense Citadel's playing top. Oh my god,
Oh,
look at
that
TP
is a
from Porter.
TP of all time. I like it. Dardoch going in, but Blaze Olive has already almost lost his life. They take the turret. First turret goes down, but now you've got Dardoch in the middle of everybody. Order's going to pop the needlework. Supernova are like dominoes coming into this fight slowly but surely, and they end up falling nonetheless, but in favor of Supernova as they get the kill back. And now that should mean that they have full presence over top side. They're going to go ahead and initiate some backs from Dardoch, and maybe not as much of pressure as I expected from Supernova.
Yeah, they can take Rift Herald off the rip after that. It hasn't spawned 10 seconds away, so they get the find, they get first brick. Feats are still up in the air. We're going to wait to see the objective score. Citadel are 1 objective away from securing feats for themselves, whereas Supernova would need 2 more. So Citadel's up 1, but overall, I do you think the one big lead that I've seen emerge is actually this one that Scary Jerry has on Corki into the Yunara. As Instinct going for the Bork build this game. A little interesting. We've seen mostly Kraken plus Hurricane be the answer for Yunara.
Sure.
It has a wee bit, but we're going to have to see what the Bork's able to give them.
Supernova getting surrounded right now. They're going to get the blue buff. Blaze Olive going to use the Weaver's Wall to get out. Glacial Fissure has been used. They're trying to focus on Dardoch. Dardoch's getting low. He has the shield, but it's not going to last long. Flash from Diamond, but it is Dardoch with the response flash. Should get him out. I don't know if all that was worth the blue buff, but they get it anyways. They get the mid-outer turret as well with Hoarder.
I think Hoarder can go pick up that top wave, too. He's just going to get a double wave, so Supernova, they're able to pick up everything. Citadel, kind of a failed play there. We saw the equalizer from Philip. It tried to get Blaze Olive off the Weaver's Wall. Not able to find his own teammate there. To try that would have set up a kill potentially on the Talia. I think that's why the rest of the skirmish looked a little bit awkward for Citadel. Weren't able to layer those ultimates as Diamond had to use his to play defense. Philip was using his to try and find the Talia. And that means that with no ults up, it's going to be the Rift Herald that falls while the Globals are kind of down for Supernova. So I find this being a big win for them. I think that, yeah, Blaze Olive, he's got to drop this wave as they take the Rift. But after this, Supernova should be able to reset and might be able to fight over that dragon that's going to be spawning here in about 45 seconds.
It's going to be extremely important, I feel like I had mentioned earlier. We are going to get the resets coming through. The level 11 marks will actually be pretty important here. But more so seeing if anybody actually ends up reaching that second item spike. It looks like all resets have come through, so that won't be the case just yet. I want to see if Dardoch and Supernova are able to use this Rift Herald as a bit of a distraction tool.
Yeah, Blaze Olive didn't take the reset here. As he could have reset after the wave. Would have had a little bit of gold, but going to stay on the map. And Supernova, the ones that have control early on. I think this is important into an anti-comp. Blaze Olive, I think him and Blaze Olive has to be the target if I'm Citadel. I think that's target number 1. He's flashless. Drop Tibbers on his head, see what happens from there.
I want to see Bradley do the flash Tibbers. I want to see that decisiveness come out from Citadel here. They're going to decide to go on Hoarder. They got to be careful here because they can get flanked hard by Supernova if they go too deep.
Yeah, this wall is going to trap them. You can see Blaze Olive setting up for it. I love his angle / positioning here. Oh, that came early.
He just goes for the dragon split
that was
here.
Early.
Looking like a 50-50 coming through.
Yeah.
Dardoch versus Kenvi, all the history, all the stories between these two junglers, the mechanical skill ceiling. Well, it's time to put it on full blast. As it's going to be Supernova taking the in-game. 3-man polarized coming out for Breezy. They locked out Bradley. Bradley can't get the ult that he wanted off. There's the flag and drag out. This is a front to back though for Citadel. And Breezy getting low. And Philip gets him in the end. They will end up getting the equalizer and the hotbot special. It's delivered a little bit late, but the damage isn't there. Instinct doesn't have it. The Blade of the Rune King has failed him. They get 2 back though. Double kill coming through for Philip in the end, but it's Dardoch that stands tall.
9 out of 10 go down, and it's off of a better setup from Supernova. Citadel just lost Breezy, and Bradley didn't use his flash at the start of this play. Bradley's got to get himself out of this combo. If he flashes that combo, I know he got exhausted, but he got no value in that fight. And the rest of the fight, I mean, Citadel plays this out okay. It's a nice equalizer from Philip. Kenvi gets a pretty high damage, or high value Cataclysm. Philip plays out a nice fight, but again, Supernova, I think, off the rip, just had a better setup. Breezy was just entirely lost from the banana brush to the tri-brush. Citadel did not track him, and I think Bradley just not getting anything off early on in the fight. Came back to bite Citadel in the back half of it, not having the Annie. And those stuns, not only the upfront damage, but also the stuns later on, just unavailable. That, I think, was the difference maker and why Dardoch stood tall, because the rest of the ults got decent value if you're thinking of like how Citadel wants to play out the fight.
That is a bloody affair there in a game that is dead even. Yes, about a 1.5k lead for Supernova. They might extend that a little bit now with the Rift Herald play. But the fact that Supernova ended up getting that Dragon as well, delaying some of that stacking potential for CTG.
And not just that, but it's the gold injection too. The Rift Herald drop bot, and that's going to get a double crash. Uncontested.
Dardock's got a shutdown on him right now, and they might end up getting
okay.
they get 2 turrets out of that.
And that's all gold going over to the Gwen. So that, I mean, that's exactly what you want if you're Supernova. Hoarder is going to be very big now, and Hoarder, I mean, of all the players that we are familiar with in this game. Oh, hold on, Hoarder. Okay.
You caster go. Why'd you have to start talking about it, man?
He's got the miss.
He does it. Yeah. Unfortunately, he's got the hot pot special. He gets one back, though. Massive damage from the needle where Kenvi oversteps his bounds. It'll be a 1v4 in the end.
Okay. Hoarder takes one with him, and that might just be Otacon killed for Supernova. This TP will be spotted. It's going to give it over to Citadel. The fact they're on this objective, but Kenvi's down. And I mean,
there's no response. It's already
gone.
gone.
The death from Hoarder incredibly worth. He traded out 1-for-1. He took 2 turrets with him, a bunch of Gwens on the gold. Otacon secured, and Supernova sitting pretty in this game.
And that kind of decision making has been that big piece to the puzzle for Supernova. It just feels like they're on the same page a lot of the time. Feels like they're able to make those decisions a little bit quicker, and to immediately gain something off the back of that style of play. I mean, that just shows why Supernova probably shouldn't be in this lower bracket in the first place, but find themselves here anyway off the back of that round 1 performance, and maybe coming into the day trying to clean up that a little bit, even though it's been a bit of a rocky first game.
I mean, I think that the first game has had a lot of back and forths. I just don't feel like Supernova's been behind at any point, so they can still take positives of that. I mean, you have a ton of gold right now into the Gwen, which is exactly what you want if you're Supernova. And with Otacon secured too, I mean, this is a pretty nice double lead that they've been able to build up across the map now.
Throwing up the emote, just in case he stole it. He had to already queue it up. Won't be able to steal that one away from Kenvi though, but really kind of refocusing that spotlight on both these 2 junglers. They will be a major piece of engage for both sides, and both of them on the same item spikes now as well. Boots already completed, obviously, for Dardock, going to be close to that for Kenvi. But the Black Cleaver plus this engage that they're going to be providing, super important to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, I mean, with Citadel now, you can really see because they lost so many turrets, especially on the bot side, they're really just forced to respond to the Supernova waves. Because if anyone shows on a side wave they can't, you're going to get Weaver's Walled, you're going to get Grand Skyfalled, and that's going to be another kill over to Supernova. So it really feels like Supernova's map. And this Gwen is for me, just going to be the big point of power and the problem point for Citadel, because Gwen's a champ that pretty much just purely scales off economy, but Supernova did a very nice job of making sure that Hoarder got fed. As we were talking about earlier, of all the names that are familiar, Hoarder was the one going into the year that really was not. And man, what a splash he's made in NACL this year in his 2 splits between Conviction and Supernova, really proving that he can compete against anyone in the league. And the lead being on his shoulders, he's been a very solid carry throughout the entire year. We'll see if he can do so again in this game, because definitely has the capability to do it.
Well, Dragon is spawned. Supernova are here, but a TP coming out means that CTG have numbers. Dardock needs to be careful. He's already used his shield. He's going to flash out. Scary Jerry was in a bit of a pickle there. Going to Valkyrie over and baits it. Kenvi, flash play for Bradley, but nobody can follow up on it. Meanwhile, here comes the Skyfall coming in on the box side as now they end up getting the fight going. It's going to be Dardock starting to clean house here. He's got so much damage on this Pantheon. Hoarder cleans up too. Sewing CTG together. Bradley's efforts were not gonna be found, and Hoarder is looking for a triple kill on the back of all of it. My goodness, man. Supernova wiped the floor with Citadel.
Kenvi took a risky engage. He tried to flag and drag the Corky Scary Jerry, sidestepped it, Valkyrie's out, ends up being a split engage for Citadel, and they get wiped by Supernova. Full 5-for-0, Dragon secured him. This game that felt like it was seeping into Supernova's control, now in full control for them.
Dardock with the calculated advance there too. He had to bait the little side hustle from CTG, but really, really good mechanical fight from Supernova. Watch this Scary Jerry play.
Yeah, I mean, you just got like mini stunned up and breezy combos. He flashes out, Bradley flashes in, and then on the back half, plays off. He completed the Zanyas. That's being really big here. Instinct got stunned on dash through the rocks. We liked how Blaze Hollow dropped that. And this pincered fight, Order enters late. Talked about the economy on the Gwen. And, well, we can see it being put to full action. It's a lot of those tools that Supernova has to be wary of from Citadel. They were used early on when Hoarder was not there. Hoarder arrives in the fight later on and shreds the rest of it. So, good fight from Supernova. I feel like Citadel kind of gifted them that scenario, but a good punish from Supernova. Again, as you highlighted, the team looking to clean it up, return to the form that got them started 7-0 in the league.
Yeah. I mean, you remember those early advantages, the gold differential. Bradley's going to get exhausted here. Kennedy is on the back end of it, but he's going to take the bait too, and he goes down, just trying to find an escape, trying to save Bradley. But now you're without your jungler, and there's a Baron on the table.
Yeah, and Hoarder, well, he's got a death cap now.
Oh, they're still going to go for the play in mid. They're going to try to save Hoarder.
Burn the miss.
He did. He also burns that exhaust. He is going to go through. There's the Starfall coming in from Dardoch, and they've just got this front to back cleaned up. CTG fall for it again, and the seismic shove on top of it too. Make it hurt the most. Twist that knife in the back. CTG are down, and that's Baron going over to Supernova.
Yeah, did mention when turrets are gone, have to be even more wary of those semi-globals. Supernova done a very nice job pushing and snowballing this one further. You know, from talking with the birthday boy Breezy before today's match, you know, their focus gameplay-wise, just playing cleaner games. They felt like they had a lead, even when they were behind in kills in a lot of their games. They just were dying, putting up poor deaths later on in games. I think that with this comp, and given those goals behind the scenes for Supernova, and this game was 9-8, they played it cleanly out since then. I think that having a solid mid-game is a real confidence builder for this team, because that's really been their shortcomings to get them in this scenario. It was good early games and poor mid games. This has been just a solid overall game for Supernova as they look to make sure that game one goes in their favor.
That's the toughest part about this, is it felt so close until it wasn't. A couple key mistakes, and that is something Supernova will hoover up 10 times out of 10.
I think big picture wise too, Yunara for me kind of struggles in this draft, and not the best pairing with a Rumble. Like, we're seeing now that Supernova's ahead, there's really, all they can do is catch the Alistar Pantheon.
Yeah.
And there's not a real front line for Yunara to sit behind. I think they're really allowed to get in deep and to be give credit to Supernova. I mean, Yunara has been targeted well with their semi-globals. They put a lot of pressure on this Yunara. It's been a tough game for Instincts.
Yeah. And that's what I was saying in draft. It's like, it's just so hard to approach these fights if your front line is behind, because you don't have somewhere to stand behind, and you just don't have the range.
That's definitely the case, and now see if Supernova can put the finishing touches on this one. Hoarder at level 16 with had the death cap for the Baron. Now, okay, 17 with the Seekers. That's going to be a problem.
A little bit of a problem. A little bit of something that needs a solution from CTG. So slowly and surely, they're bleeding their base. Hoarder's going to start knocking down that mid turret, and that's going to fall super quickly. Ends up taking half of Philip's life with just one snip. And Bradley now looking for an angle potentially. He will need to get that stun queued up, but the turret's going to not last very long. This last minion wave coming in, still about 1 minute and 10 seconds for this Baron buff for Supernova. The turret's going to fall. Going in for the flash play goes Breezy, and it's looking ultra flashy now. Kenby goes in for the hot pot, but it's not going to be nearly hot enough. You got to buy the Szechuan peppers or it's not going to hit. As Dardoch goes in a little bit too far with the Starfall, but it's all a bait again. How many times have we seen it this game? A triple kill comes through for Scary Jerry, and Supernova going to put the finishing touches on game one.
Yeah, Bradley caught out again. The flash combo from Breezy gets him. Bradley does not respond with a flash of his own, and the first anti-game of the split for him was not a good one. Supernova takes care of business in game one. It was 9-8 on the scoreboard, 22-9 to wrap things up. The Supernova put together, I think, a really good mid to late game in this one. Their decision-making tree, I think that's where the flaws were at with Supernova and why we found them in the lower bracket early on.
Yeah. That
decision-making tree, just going back to the shed, making sure that it's right moving forward. It looks really good in that game, and hopefully that's a confidence builder for them in the series, because for me, they played the mid game really well in this game. That's where they've been struggling, and I want to see A, if they can do that for the rest of the series, but also B, if they can manage to play that mid game just as soundly, maybe without the semi-globals of a Pantheon Talia, that can make life a lot easier when you're just able to respond to so many more plays and create those plays. But good signs for Supernova in this one, for sure.
I think it's a bit of a return. I don't want to be a game one Andy, obviously, but it is a bit of a return to form. I think the thing that's so telling is that it was dead even for a lot of that game into that mid game, but then all of a sudden, you know, Supernova find a couple quick decisions. The Atacon play on top side with Order picking off those picks on the bot side, getting in the end, getting that jungle differential. I think it matters a lot, and I expect both these teams to feed off this momentum, and that's where I wonder, can we see that bounce back from Citadel? We'll have to wait a little bit to find out as we send it to a break before we get to game 2.
Big key factor is like making sure you and your teammates are all on the same page and have like good vibes, have constructive like reviews, and kind of like encourage each other and make sure everyone is grinding hard. I think that's just like the biggest thing.
Just resilience, and you know, every split it's like a long marathon, so there are bad moments, bad days will happen, and it's all about how anyone can bounce back and learn from the hardships that come within each split.
I think while playing the competition during practice and matches, it's always important to have fun. Enjoying what you do is important, not just in the league, but whatever aspect in life. I think naturally, if you enjoy or have fun doing something, you'll be naturally talented. And I think that's a key factor for competition, League of Legends, or just anything.
Well, with Best One regular season, just making sure that you make playoffs. I think this was similar to what happened in LFL 2-2, where they had Best of 1 regular season and KCB were like 7th seed or something, and they got 2nd place. I really just think that with Best of 1s, like really anything can happen. So as long as you're just winning some and getting to playoffs, like I think everyone will have a chance to really go far in playoffs. So I think like just give yourself the opportunity to scale into playoffs and be the team that you want to be.
I think key factor is being able to grow faster and catch up to these NACL teams as a team. You know, of course, I think we absolutely have the ability to do so. So I think as long as we stick together and don't mental boom, I think we got this.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL. We're here in the Split 2 playoffs. Again, I named it the most important playoffs of NACL history, and Supernova versus Citadel are fighting it out in the lower bracket with their lives on the line. Supernova seems to have returned to form. Will it be a consistent factor, and can CTG fight back?
Yeah, I mean, we saw the fight for CTG throughout that game, kind of wary. Again, just not able to cleanly put together their wombo combo. A couple elements were going out and in at the same time, and that's not exactly ideal when you want to line up the hot pot and find those Annie combos. And do think, I mean, that's the first time that we saw Bradley play Annie this season, and frankly, it didn't look that good. I think Bradley got caught out in a lot of like this fight for me. Bradley couldn't find the right setup, but to go down to that Alistar combo, the previous fight, I thought that was a big game changer in that fight where everyone died except for Dardoch. And then this one too, like 2 fights where Flash was up and Bradley doesn't react to an Alistar Flash combo. That's being caught snoozing a little bit by the birthday boy and Breezy.
Yeah.
And definitely was a difference maker for me in this one.
And when Supernova got sent down to the lower bracket, we felt a shudder in an ACL, especially for those teams that maybe expect to find themselves in those lower bracket runs. There are some very scary sharks in this lower bracket right now, and especially already looking at Supernova. I mean, it's up to CTG to find out what worked for them in that regular season, right? Being that first win against Supernova, and then obviously Supernova having lost one more game in that regular season. But here, it just feels like no answers in game number 1. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board for game number 2. As you can see, slim pickings for Citadel Gaming side of things here as we look at the post-match breakdown.
A lot of damage done there by, it felt like Quarter. It just did a lot of effective damage in fights. So that 18k for him, I think, pretty big, because you're not getting the freebie damage in lane. Whereas Jerry sneakily, I think, had a really solid game on the Corki. So
I will say the thing that broke that game was that play. Man, it was like almost dead even before that play. The little sidestep, the little Valkyrie over the wall, and then everything just kind of snowballing from there. I think it was just good capitalization from Supernova across the board, but little moments like that will come back to bite you.
It was, and we'll see what happens in the next one, going back to the drawing board. I think that if you're Supernova, again, we talked a lot about the back half of the game, just being confident in how you play that mid-game. I think driving that home behind the scenes, I mean, if that's an issue that your team has had, which it looks apparent that that's been the case for Supernova and their struggles, they just played a really nice mid-game. So yeah. I'd be hyped about that, building that up. And then meanwhile for Citadel, honestly, just giving themselves more answers in draft. I think that when you open with Yunara plus Rumble, you're taking something for me where I feel like how those champions work and want to interact, it's kind of 2 different comps that you want to build off of, ideally in Fearless. So I think that they didn't have a great setup for Rumble where, or they had a decent setup for Rumble, but they didn't have the setup that Yunara wanted. Because I don't think that there was enough beefiness for Yunara to really exist in that game later on. So we'll see if just whatever comp ends up emerging here for Citadel. I just want to see a little bit more of a sound identity and one that they can execute. Because regardless of what I think about the draft, it was clear they weren't able to execute what Supernova threw at them game 1.
Well, they will be on blue side for the second game. Shocker, I know. But the biggest important is that we're getting closer and closer to the best of 5 here, right? And it's our first best of 5 of the split number 2. I want to see if we can get some of those fun, fearless moments in game 4s, game 5s. But we're already starting to take some big power potential off the table here, already going into game number 2.
I mean, some priority picks off the board. We'll see if bans change at all with a side swap. I think it will be important to know, just what champions, with a side swap, like, you learn a lot when you see bans in a best of 5, once you get, like, to see what champs emerge from each side that you want to take away. So curious to see what Citadel takes away on the blue side, or if anything remains red side stable. Let's keep in mind the bans from the last game. We now have Vi banned by Supernova first on each side, so that's something we may not see Kenby get his hands on.
Don't want to give him the setup.
Yeah, also with a Trundle ban now, of course, we are on 16, so Trundle got nerfed. I think Xin Zhao priority goes up a lot, so curious if there ends up being some pressure on Supernova to take that one away. Or also if they take away something like Maokai, which seems to remain a red side ban, as now both Citadel and Supernova have banned Maokai on red side. So with a lot of those fighters being taken down a peg or two, definitely has been something that both Kenby and Dardoch could play to a really high level, and with Trundle taken away. Maokai banned, and now I'm wondering if it's Wukong Xin handshake, or if you want to change that up at all.
Okay. Yone was banned by Supernova on the blue
Azir
side
Varus.
last game as well. Azir has to be taken away. Varus maybe first pick here, but like you were saying before as well, that Xin Zhao is up. Could give a lot of fighting potential there. No, it's going to be the Varus.
All right, so Varus, still strong opener, was taken down a peg or two in terms of the poke build. On hit build, the W was actually upped a little bit on the Blight Stack procs going into 16. So I think that there still is flexibility, but that might change a wee bit with the Varus builds, whereas Orianna Wukong coming in, that's a big deny pick from Bradley. I think his Orianna definitely that's something he's been leaning on. And Wukong now for Dardoch, that's a lot of power in the mid-jungle duo. Opportunity to wombo and find that Varus early on. So see what the call is for Kenby.
Yeah. I do like that setup though for Dardoch. The shockwave combo is always potent. It's gonna be the Zyra as the answer into that skirmishing Wukong, locked in alongside the Leona too.
Okay, bot lane 3v3. I don't care what Supernova's picking. They're losing that bot 3v3. So Citadel has a very clear way to play the game to bot. Zyra and Brand both saw buffs. Of course, Wukong, you get armor from your passive, not magic resist. So in the past, we have seen picks be able to sneak in here. It'll be really important that Kennedy is able to stay safe on this Zyra. He still has that electric clear and brings a lot of damage to the table.
Yeah.
So
the Rakan also locked in.
A scary game to play Rakan in already. I mean, the ability to get picked by Varus, Zyra, Leona very high.
Yeah.
But I will say that's not a 3v3 you're winning. Rakan can try and get out of lane and function elsewhere. And you do have Wukong to piggyback in. You can set up with the Orianna Wombo, so it feels more like a comp pick. But concerned about that Supernova 3v3. Gonna have to see what they take to play out of it. I'm curious if we get any bans thrown out by Citadel to try and help that out. Like, I think an Ezreal ban is very much warranted here. Just to try and remove it. But this is a game where I could see like letting Lucian through, which has been a big pick for Scary Jerry, but that's a low-range champ. I think it's kind of hard to play.
Yeah, it's terrifying to play into this guy.
Yeah, like playing that in the Zyra Leona could be really scary when that 3v3 is showing so much power for Citadel early on. So.
Yeah. Wonder if things like Senna or anything comes into prio. We'll see what the focus is in the second phase.
No Senna this game. That's very scary for Scary Jerry.
The Tristana is banned, so targeting some of the kind of mid-lane AD pools, which I appreciate. The Sivir is going to be that premier ban in the second phase by Citadel.
I think Jace ban might be warranted. Definitely something that Bradley plays, and we have seen a little bit of Jace sneak back in with some of these AP junglers being picked up. Looking over at LEC, as they were trying to play the Brand a little bit, even though Brand... I will say Brand, even though he got a pretty serious buff on this patch, is still in pretty poor shape. So, yeah, and then there's the Jace ban. I'm not surprised. I'm a little bit... I think Zyra is going to be the priority before Brand when looking at some of these AP junglers. I still think there are other options. You can play Lilia for sure.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I would love to see a Lilia here in this series. The final ban of that second phase is going to be Citadel banning the Gnar. So try and take that one away from Porter. Maybe even giving Porter that counter pick here on red side. And honestly, that'll pay off a lot, at least, as we've seen in the history for Supernova. And it is that Ezreal that ends up getting locked in.
I'm a little bit surprised about this. I think that Ezreal is the champion that can navigate their way out of the 3v3 the best. So I would have taken that away and then forced them to play Jhin or something else where like that would have been quite punishing still. Like you win the 3v3 would have gone more heavily.
Please lock this in. I want to see this. No. I want to see this move.
Darban, I mean, I thought they might have been setting up for Renekton, but not the case. Going to be the Scion
wall
instead.
Yeah. I mean, they have a beefy front line now with Leona and the Scion locked in. We'll see what they end up wanting to go with this mid lane.
Yeah,
could go with the double AD. I mean, that's what Supernova were expecting here with that Tristana ban as well.
Don't think it's a Zed game.
The Aurelia.
It's an Aurelia game.
That's dirty.
Wow. Okay, so that's a lot of scaling and a lot of stat check ability. I will say for Hoarder, Renekton and the Scion's a terrible matchup, but you got to think about Aurelia in the side lane later on. What can you play to try and shut down Aurelia? Because that champion will run the side lanes, and I don't think Supernova has a lot of good options into it. That really warps
Everybody
the
gets
game
ran down, it feels like.
Yeah.
Okay, the Ambessa.
Okay. A little bit of team fight Wombo, maybe ability to find the Varus, but...
no counterplay to Aurelia.
Definitely a curveball thrown out here by Citadel with that Aurelia, but something that I could see working. Just curious what ends up happening, because I think Zyra, as a jungler, you want to interact with your camps, you don't want to interact with the map. And if Aurelia, if that lane goes sideways, she creates very volatile lanes with the way that she wants to play. I think it's much more likely that Dardoch is going to be able to interact with that compared to Kenby on the other side. But kind of a sneaky scaling option here. And a game where Aurelia is going to be able to function. Just have to be really careful about those Q resets, because it's going to be Aurelia's job to find Ezreal. It's a lot harder to do on Aurelia than Yone, but definitely something that, I mean, Bradley's going to have to be up to the task to do it.
But he's on a comfort. I mean, this is an oldie, but I like it.
It is an oldie. I think that's a good shout. Bradley, again, used to be a melee mid specialist. I mean, when Gwen came out, I remember he was playing Gwen mid and like had to be banned against him. He was too good at it. So this is a matchup into Orianna where we'll see what Bradley's able to do. But I think this is a decent game for Aurelia. Like, you can really stretch the map. Varus, Zyra, Leona as a 3 tandem. We talked about how strong it was early on bot lane. Mid game, you can also kite a lot of things out. I expect this to be the poke Varus now, even though it was nerfed for Instincts. So yeah, I want to see if Citadel can actually execute what is a kind of fun draft. I think the onus of execution a lot more difficult on their end, but I can see it working out. Whereas Supernova, pretty straightforward. Wombo with Wukong, Orianna, Rakan, and Bessa as the tools, and we'll see if they're able to delete the Zyra, delete the Varus, and deal with the Aurelia, frankly.
I like the kind of line that they're going to have for this poke Varus to kind of shoot through, but I also like reading between the lines. And going from that game number 1 for Bradley on the Annie, where it didn't really feel like he ever got his feet down in front of him, I feel like giving him the Aurelia, giving him another opportunity to have that carry performance, because, I mean, as the Aurelia, you have a ton of weight on your shoulders on this game. I think that feels good, because we talked about it a little bit, we foreshadowed to it a little bit, maybe skirt around the bushes, but both these teams are very momentum-based, very, I feel like, emotional teams in the moment, like using some of that momentum in the series to prop themselves up. And so I think this could be the kind of that breaking point and seeing if Citadel can get themselves into the series.
We're going to have to see. So this is one where Citadel, I mean, if this doesn't work, like, this is a very interesting, very different draft, but being down in the hole 0-2 after throwing out a curveball on blue side, I think that's pretty tough. And gonna have to see if they're gonna be able to at least navigate their way out through this one. That Aurelia, all eyes on that. We'll see if Bradley can make things volatile and get things going in this direction.
Yeah, make sure you get your votes in chat. Who you think is gonna take the win after seeing these drafts? See if it's a little bit more Citadel favored, throwing them a wrench for the works here. But it is trying to lean on some of this comfort, trying to open things up maybe further on into the best of, because again, this is the first best of 5 that we do have in the Split 2 playoffs. And so looking to see if we can go the distance. Both teams maybe in different regards finding themselves disappointed from that round number 1. I mean, Supernova much more so, I feel like, than Citadel. It is our first seed who found themselves knocked to that lower bracket in the first round, where Citadel Gaming did end up falling short, but we're coming into the series, at least they were coming into the playoffs in that middle ground. And so it brings a ton of expectations for both teams. Again, when you look down the line and you see those LTA North 2026 slots, the promotion slot on the line later on, you're a far cry from that, and you need to get the ball rolling from both sides here.
I mean, no more second options, no more second lives.
Nope.
For the teams in the lower part of the standings. And I think for Citadel, again, this is historically a team of players that have never really finished bottom half of NACL. It was one poor split for Instincts where he ended up on FlyFam. There's a lot more wrong than just Instinct on that roster. Like outside of that, these guys have historically been top half. They've been competing for championships. Diamond has always been a player that has found himself kind of in the middle of NACL and LCS level, or LTA now. So I think an early exit like this would be quite disappointing for either of our teams here, but gonna have to see more from Citadel in game 2 if they want to at least get to game 3 on even footing.
See if the blue side buff is real. See if Citadel Gaming can strengthen their walls against the supernova that seems to be building in the sky. Game number 2 kicking off now. This best of 5 in full momentum now.
All right, early on, I'm focusing on that mid lane, man.
Yeah?
Really? Oh, of course.
How early, though? How early?
From minute 1, all right? From wave 1. If Bradley's game gets ruined, I think this game just gets so much more hard, or so much harder for Citadel. As Orianna, if she's able to get farm, those shockwaves can be so big, so threatening into squishies like Zyra, like Varus. As do have to take note, a couple of the runes coming out. Of course, we do have some options. Bradley going to go for the Conqueror. And Kenby also going for the Conqueror. So this is more of the Zyra tech that we saw kind of on release. Less of the Zyra tech that we saw later on with the Electrocute. I do like Conqueror if it's able to get going throughout a fight.
Well, all eyes on that mid lane, and I expect there to be a lot of influence there from other members around the map as well. How quickly can Diamond get out of his lane and get to this mid lane? How quickly can Kenby get through his clear and try to upset this lane from a Blaze Olive, who, I gotta say, on the counter side of things, all this weight on Bradley's shoulders, Blaze Olive had a pretty damn good game number 1 too.
Oh yeah, I mean, these two mid laners, so I know last split, or sorry, last year at this time, Bradley was on FlyQuest Challengers, Ablaze Olive on Cincy Fear. That was the deciding best of 5 series to see who got to go to the Americas, right? Beat the top 2 teams. And Ablaze Olive was beaten out for the spot on FlyQuest Challengers by Bradley, ended up going over to Fear and beating them, and I think Ablaze Olive has had a much better split than Bradley so far this year, so gonna have to see if Bradley would, again, as you highlighted, Mazel, on a little bit more comfort, a little bit of flair for him with this Aurelia, can bring things back against ABO, but I do like how Ablaze Olive is playing this early wave. He's trying to keep it back close to his turret. It does remove some options and all-in potential that Aurelia has in this lane, but if Bradley's able to get the farm and hopefully get that Vamp Scepter as soon as possible, that's where things start to get difficult for Oriana, because then you can trade with really no ramifications of a loss for Aurelia. You can just heal it right back up.
So I guess in the grand scheme of things, how are we feeling about team fight potential for these two? Because I feel like we're saying to some extent, you know, if Bradley's ahead, that makes the team fights a very different story than if he's even with the teams. And I look at Supernova's comp and I say, man, when all 5 of these are together in front of Objective, I really like what they can do to set themselves up. But there is a lot of counterplay on CTG's side.
Can they get backline access or not? As Ablaze Olive
that is the question. Oh,
be traded on pretty heavily here.
Oh, over
Kenby's
the wall,
around the wall. Do we have a flash
Whoa,
play?
Bradley goes in a little early, but it doesn't matter. The flash with the grasping roots, and Kenby gets first blood for CTG.
It's that Zyra clear that's so blistering quick, being used very well by Kenby. Again, highlighted mid lane. I was expecting Kenby, honestly, to play for this bot lane 3v3 that I think is pretty unusable for the Varus Leona Zyra, but going mid, making sure that Aurelia gets ahead first, that's step 1 of the game plan here for Kenby. Does so successfully, and Citadel off to a good start in that mid lane, and we said was so important for them in draft.
It is indeed, and I really like the angle they took there. Not something you typically see, and really pulling a fast one over Ablaze Olive. The bot lane play is not going to come through. Diamond into the clearing out Scary Jerry before he could get his back off. TP is going to come back in. This will be Instinct getting back to lane, but we take a look back at this one. Kenby set it up masterfully with Bradley.
Yeah, it was actually kind of set up by Bradley here. He played with his health bar, got 4. That was enough in order to make sure that Kenby could come in and get the kill. Another first blood here for Kenby. Faded Ash to start for the Zyra, and yeah, the second clear camp's going to go down just as quickly as the first. So only question here is, do you stop for a pit stop when it comes to this dragon? That's the real choice that Kenby's going to have after the Raptor camp.
See which decision he wants to end up making. Be on that first half item. Vamp Scepter for Bradley is going to feel pretty good. Getting some of that extra lifesteal back. Diamond's going to make a play. We said, how active can you be in this mid lane? Well, everybody's going to come say hi to Ablaze Olive. Breezy is here to follow it up, and Diamond might have overextended his hand, though. It gets knocked up at the grand entrance. Bradley's getting locked down, too, here, but they don't have enough damage to follow it through. Meanwhile, Philip is coming down here before the rest of the team of Supernova. Does mean CTG going in to fight. Bradley's going back in, is going to hit the duet, though, onto Breezy only. So they do end up backing away, but I love the way that Citadel is playing this early game.
They did get Ablaze Olive to miss the wave, and they did pull his flash, so I think it was a little sloppy by Citadel, but still some wins. As I said, Kenby could stop to take the dragon. He just goes to keep on making plays mid.
Keep on farming.
But hey, at least if they're playing this Aurelia, like they're playing it, they have a good idea of what to do. Like they're at least trying to play for Bradley, for this lane, for him to have good conditions from the pressure, and he definitely has been granted a very hot start to this game. So just gonna have to see if he can cash it in now. I mean, even love how he's playing, threatening the recalls here of Ablaze Olive. He is on bad conditions. He has no TP. If he forces him to stay for this wave, I mean, that can open up even more for his team.
Oh, Philip.
Top side.
Now they're going to try to get Hoarder down. Public Execution goes in on Kenby. He's trying to use that as an exit tool, and he gets out beautifully.
Yeah, things not chained up there correctly. I think I saw something miss off the Scion R. Just not enough mana to follow up with Decimating Smash either, so ends up just being more of a reprieve gank than an actual win, as Hoarder getting his best of the Scion on the top side. That's not exactly how the matchup's supposed to go this early on. So I think Hoarder overachieving there, which is a win for Supernova, and definitely one where I think coming into this matchup, if I had to pick one spot on the map to give a big advantage over to Supernova, I would say that solo lane strength. I think that both Hoarder and Ablaze Olive have played better than their counterparts this split.
Yeah.
by quite a bit. And we saw Hoarder pop off in the first one. See if he can do so with a Blazov in the second one, as ABO in the hole. Going to have to come back. And Hoarder outkicking his coverage with that top lane matchup so far.
Well, hey, if you want to get in the know and know what to do in your games, go get some one-on-one coaching from prodiff.gg. Get coaching from pros in LTA, NACL, and the ARLs. Go ahead and scan that QR code and get some one-on-one coaching today.
Yeah, Philip, Bradley, Diamond, and Breezy, 4 players in this game. You can all find them on prodiff.gg. So scan the QR code, check it out. Coaching only from the pros where you get that prodiff. So see if that can continue. As meanwhile, the focus mid continues. You can see Bradley has a bigger wave and is already up a level on a Blazov, and supports have been drawn mid to try and deal with this one.
Oh, they do have the all-in potential. Vanguard's edge there for Bradley. He's going to pop it early. He's getting burnt down, though. He does end up getting out beautifully, though, in the end. He gets away with the minion use as he does go through. It is Diamond and Kenvi here to support him on the back end of the play. You do have the grubs coming up now. No dragon taken either. I do wonder if we get the trade here between the two teams.
This is one where I think after that play, get Bradley to a side lane. I don't think that, like, when you set up this grub, this is one of the rotations where for Citadel, I would have loved it if they put their bot lane mid, got Bradley to a side lane early on. He doesn't have the TP to warrant that yet, but will have it spawning soon. I think you can really use and abuse the poke Varus and find that setup that you're going to want earlier in this game. So I think, like, I guess Bradley holding the wave there, I think that was a good scenario. Like, Heroic is getting ahead. I just think that now, like, he has no flash. Blazov still has no flash. He's staying mid. Like, all the focus and all the pressure comes in here.
Oh, unstoppable onslaught hits onto 2 in the mid lane. It's Supernova. They're caught window shopping as Horda's going to get ran down too. And CTG have come in full force for game number 2. It's 4-0 and a 2,000 gold lead 9 minutes in.
That was a poor play from Supernova. I don't know what they're thinking or looking at there. Like, you won out on the grubs on the top side. Jerry is up there. So looking for a play mid. I know that Bradley's flashless, but he was never really even to look, and it just felt like kind of a freebie there for Citadel in the Supernova. Hoarder flashed very early to try and clean up Bradley, but was never able to follow it through. Instantly decommitted once he heard the sign ult. Ends up looking like a pretty goofy play, and being kind of goofy in practice for Supernova, because they're now down 2k gold to Citadel.
Yeah. And we said they have not been the most consistent when playing from behind. Their decision-making tree sometimes doesn't go the right way. And I think that kind of play is definitely something that CTG will take early, get some of this gold spread throughout the team itself. It's also a dragon seemingly going to Supernova here to kind of counterbalance that.
Yeah, Kenvi gonna get access to some of Dardock's camps in the top side. So maybe a trade here. Philip did TP top. As the piercing arrow doesn't find the Drake. No legal loss today. At least not yet. But man, I mean, still mid's tough still. You can see this Orianna being down.
Yeah.
It just requires so much interaction from the map. Whenever Aurelia is in the game, it just kind of ends up being a lightning rod for both teams, because playing with and playing into Aurelia can be so good as a champion that very volatile and just scales off of what she has in her pocket.
Yeah, I think the biggest part is, if there is one place that CTG always want to play to, always will be looking out, it's to mid lane. I think Supernova maybe lost track of that. And
that's my thing, though. Like, I think you want to get Aurelia out of that scenario. Make sure that she finds the 1v1, finds the 2v2. I know that they just won out really big on that 3v3, but there's nothing more OP in the game than putting Varus mid and just getting every wave deleted for free. Like, that's why you're taking Varus. So I think that with all the TPs they have, especially with Bradley having a TP up, I'm just really surprised they haven't brute forced that matchup. That said, they are going to try and brute force 3v3.
Kenvi was coming down the tracks. Scary Jerry going to get flashed on, uses his arcane shift out. The piercing arrow hits onto 2. They want one more. Chains of Corruption is going to end up getting out of by the flash of Scary Jerry. Citadel Gaming tried to make a play on bot side.
Okay, I like this. They just went out huge in terms of summoner spells. This, for me, is when you find the swap. Like, get that Varus mid. I really feel like this is a timer. And again, Bradley just TP'd in and lost most of his health, but doesn't matter, because guess what? He TP'd in with that Blade of the Ruined King. his inventory. So
it's also, I mean, a jungle masterclass coming in from Kenvi right now. He's up like 20 CS.
Yeah.
A little bit more on Dardoch in the jungle.
A little bit. It's a little bit matchup diff, and just given that Dardoch like did take a pit stop from the Dragon, and Kenvi got his camps off that, I think this is about on par for what we've seen with the game so far, but it has netted him that early the Andres tournament. And we will see if Kenvi is able to use that to get anything else. But we're not going to really have a monster objective spawning until 15 minutes to see the Dragon time in your screen, and we're still far away from that Rift Herald, so it should be a little bit of quietness.
Who does that favor, though? I mean, is there a world where this early advantage doesn't matter in a lot of ways?
I'm screening at my screen, yes, because I saw Bradley walking bot and Instinct walking mid, but now I see Instinct walking
Not going to be the case.
I mean, early gold, obviously I think advantage Citadel. You have a early gold like this one, and I think it always matters. Citadel should be able to push it forward with Fiona. It's going to be about playing with that tandem.
You also have an almost 1.5 item Scion, so, you know. Champion's a little bit good, if you don't know.
It's nice, he scales well, but he's just going to be soaking when he can. I still see Aurelia mid and Varus inside, and I'm still bummed. I thought that that's where they were going to find the right answer or right solution, but it's not the case yet.
Immediately, though, obviously there's a lot of game left to play, but this is a great rebuttal from CTG from that game number 1, because all the question marks can be there after a game like that, and this is a matchup that, you know, has a lot of stakes implications for both sides. I mean, not being able to make a deep run into playoffs would be a disappointment on different scales for both organizations in what they've been trying to build into this one. As Philip takes the full-in fight onto him, as Hoarder just gets completely caught. Didn't expect there to be an answer here from Kenvi. Flash comes through. Public execute. It's not going to go anywhere. Hoarder, he goes down. That's 0-2 for the top laner of Supernova.
Yeah, bit of oopsie on the R in the back half, but you can see the damage that Zyra was able to put down. And once Kenvi joined that fight, that wow, that Ambessa just melted.
Yeah.
So that's again advantage. You said, you know, are they going to be able to push it forward? As long as it's the Zyra Leona or the Zyra making plays. I mean, that time it was Zyra Scion. Kenvi able to find more gold in his pocket. We'll keep on power clearing, and no options going to come here in 30 seconds. Dragon or Rift Herald priority for each of our teams. Bradley is in the side lane. I am a much happier camper. I would like to see them kind of leave Bradley up here on an island. Let him go to work against this Orianna and try and pull Orianna away from the fights. I think that if you put him up here and then try and play for the Dragon, your 4v4, if Orianna's missing, is very winning. And then if she joins, just play to the Aurelia. You're okay dropping a second Dragon if it ends up being first brick and a lot of gold in the Bradley's pockets. So I think that's the option here for Citadel.
I gotta say, though, it's looking like Hoarder is gonna have a harder and harder time in the side lane now. It doesn't really do much to Philip either at this point. Scary Jerry sidestepping out of the Zenith Blade in mid lane. He's gonna make it away. You know, losing a decent chunk of his health just to the one plant from Kenvi, who's on 1.5 items himself. Also has a Dark Seal in tow. But a lot of positioning around this bot side of the map. The reset going to come through with the re-TP out by Instinct. The next Dragon is the focus, and Bradley has finally gotten to that side lane.
Yeah, like, again, if you leave this in isolation of the 1v1, it helps that he has Bork, helps that he has 11, but a Blaze Olive is just getting pushed around and punished.
Oh?
That goal, that's pretty null. The danger here is that Dardoch's walking up, and Bradley's going to have to play off this wave. So this is a mistake from Bradley. I think Bradley had to get out after that, and that's when they should have taken the Dragon. Instead, he's going to go down.
Oh, no, and it's a shutdown going to Blaze Olive, too. The Dragon isn't going to be enough recompense. As Kenvi does end up taking that one pretty speedily.
Fine.
They're going to try to make a play on bot side.
This has just been one of the issues with Citadel, is like, is that necessary from Bradley? I think the Dragon goes down either way. You can argue that this tower even goes down either way. The fact that you see Dardoch top doesn't mean they're able to push for first brick, and this will be feats officially secured here for Citadel. But yeah, like that's one where, do you really need to commit that much? I'm not sure. Speaking of, do you really need to commit that much? Blaze Olive was trying to proxy this wave. Philip TP'd back, and
oh my god! Oh, he doesn't get hit the phase rush. Oh my!
Does he get the
get the
tower? He's gonna
turret?
get the
No
tower. He's gonna
way!
get the
A
tower?
Blaze Olive.
Hit
Okay,
it.
he's gonna
Oh
run.
my
He's
God,
gonna
if
run.
he hit
That's a
it
good call.
twice.
Unstoppable Onslaught is available
It
from
is.
Philip.
But what if he hit it twice?
What if he hit
And
it?
that tower
But
falls?
what if, Cubby? What if?
It's a nice stall.
That's actually really clean.
Yeah, not bad. Let's buy Jerry some time in the mid lane. We'll actually be able to contest this wave. Breakpoint for this Ezreal-Varus matchup is definitely 3 items in the Ezreal. That's where he starts to overtake the Varus again. Because I was a little bit surprised that we did see Ezreal emerge. And I will say that, you know, we really focused on the scaling of the Aurelia. It's not like Supernova doesn't have scaling options. Like, Ezreal,
exactly.
3 items, and Bessa, 3 items, 2 very scary champions.
And that's where that conversation of, like, is the early game lead enough, right? Because
Yeah.
this team does end up having really strong team fighting potential. And Bradley can just get melted if he goes 2 hand.
We'll see. I think for now it's going to be enough, because, again, I don't see a way that you slow Aurelia down in the late game, like in terms of the side lane. So I think that's the big difference maker for me, as Envy in full vision of red team. Sadly, Shelly is not. That was a little bit goofy. It looks like Shelly's going to go the way of Zyra, as the pressure bot is in the hands of Supernova. We'll see if they can force him off this wave. Playing into Bradley, though, again, like, because he went down there, he did get shut down. He kind of lost his lead and level lead. This is a real option for Supernova.
Yeah.
If they send 3, I think that they have to find, again, a good numbers advantage just to make sure that he gets deleted. Because really can play a fight, well, can be quite scary.
Now we end up seeing the reset and the redeploy from Supernova. He's going to get it. He got it. He got the red buff.
No, it's there was a big flower.
Yeah, there was, but there's also a red buff that Scary Jerry needed to get. So priorities, Cubby. There is still the Rift Herald play for Kenvy that he just was able to grab. I do expect that to be in the mid lane just to open things up for them there. Give them a little bit more gold, give them some more wiggle room. Still about 3,000 gold up over Supernova early into this one.
I think it's going to be drop in sync with the upcoming Dragon Spawn, Giselle. We're a minute away from Anakan, 2 minutes away from the Dragon. And it's like Bradley actually has the move speed item. I'm curious what he's going to be working towards here second. Oftentimes, I think Stride Breaker, a pretty good option on Aurelia, just to make sure that you can kind of stay in range, keep up. Can also help you set up some of those duets to find a stun.
Flawlessly, if you will.
Yeah, that is the goal.
There's another red buff. Go get it, Scary. Yeah, let's go. We got 2 of them. All right, Phillips in a little bit of trouble here. He is pretty dang tanky, though. Going to get publicly executed there by Hoarder, but it's not going to be nearly enough. And the Shred comes through from the Cyclo, but really late. Phillip is going to end up getting away with that Unstoppable Onslaught.
They have to burn the flash to buy space to press R. And with Dardock spotted stop, that will cue Shelly's appearance in the mid lane. As that should crash, and that should be the outer turret going over to Citadel.
There you go. Some extra gold going down, the local gold. More so pressure onto the map, which I can really appreciate comparatively to that last game for CTG. I mean, you look back to that round 1 performance, I feel like we didn't get the Citadel gaming that we were kind of expecting coming into the playoffs. And it feels good to see them be able to bounce back against the other, you know, big top opponent in that lower bracket in Supernova.
Again, I like the 4 teams I felt like were most likely to make it to the top 2 were Luminosity Gaming, and then it was Supernova, Dark Zero, and Citadel. The fact that 3 out of 4 of those teams are in the lower bracket, I find very crazy.
Yeah,
in
it's
playoffs.
Insane.
I know that we've talked about that.
Oh, Instinct.
Instinct gonna have to burn flash to get away from Dardock. Supernova should be able to get out of here.
Oh, now Scary Cherry finds himself in a little bit of a hard place to be. Dardock's going to buy time here, but should just give his life. He's trying to hunt down Instinct. Needs the blast cone and get away. This is a wonky play from Supernova, but the double shockwave. The Grand Entrance going to fall over. Look at Bradley, though. Bradley is starting to carve, though. They get a shutdown onto a Blaze Olive. Dardock coming back from the grave. He's waiting to go in. Hoarder's getting low, and now Bradley is just chunking through everybody. He gets a double kill himself. Diamond getting low. Instinct gets flashed out by a Blaze Olive, but he can't get the kill there. Dardock gets a kill back on a Diamond. There's blood everywhere, Cubby. And it looks like a Blaze Olives is about to be the next one to join the puddle. As Bradley, Phillip combine. Instinct's just going to start his back. A Blaze Olive trying to use this phase rush to get away, but the flawless duet ends his life. CTG come away with a further advantage in this game number 2.
That was chaotic to say the least, Mazel. As we saw many members ending up on the wrong side of the map, the wrong side of the fight, and a chaotic fight. I will say, Supernova, I think they come out of that one okay. It's a 2 for 3, but you got some shutdowns and actually took away a lot of summoner spells.
Bradley's scary though, man.
Bradley's very scary, but taking away summoner spells, that can be nice moving forward because you have the Wombo. You're trying to find the Wukong Orianna, the Rakan Orianna. I mean, these knockups, when flashes are missing, I do think this gives Supernova a way to actually play for this dragon. Especially given that Citadel, they've fully deployed on the top side because they're trying to play Otacon quickly, and this has not been responded to by Supernova yet. I don't know if this is going down. They're going to take mid-outer.
Yeah, I mean, that's all they're going to get. Kenvi just pulls the fast play on the Otacon with the team.
Wow. They should look for the dragon quickly, too. It's going to be mid-outer for dragon for Otacon. Again, Otacon, I think, very big for Citadel. Look at the levels. Bradley, Kenvi, and Phillip all up a level on their opponent. And if you're really trying to play 3 lanes, play those side lanes, it's very important. Speaking of that, Hull Breaker completed for the Aurelia, so we'll see, how hard Bradley wants to push on these side lanes now.
Yeah, I think that's huge. Obviously, since the change in Hull Breakers, not the same piece as we've seen in previous years, but I still actually really like the changes that we've seen to Hull Breaker. I'm going to enable him a little bit more in that side lane. But I got to say, buying time for Supernova. I mean, getting that dragon sets them up. They have the advantage on the dragon timers itself. They're getting closer and closer to 3 items for Scary Jerry, who's been consistently 20-30 CS up his opponent so far in this game.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
Sneaking it in there, just in case. Just in case.
Kind of buying time for what, though? It feels like they have an easier team fight, so buying time to find that. But like champ scaling wise, outside of Ezreal, it's not like we have anyone that turbo outscales. Again, Bess is really nice slate too, but
Aurelia still rips through every single one of them.
yeah, in theory, yes.
Oh my God! Kenvi gets engaged on, can't kill him. Dardoch, he can't get Kenvi, and it's just a little bit of a jungle diff in the mid lane. As that is going to be Phillip tanking up the brute force of Supernova, but a heads-up play from Citadel Gaming.
Oh,
Bradley. Vanguard's edge had been used. They're going to use the public execution as well from Hoarder, try to get this backline of Kenvi. Kenvi baits him in again. Another shutdown ends up going to Blaze Olive, who has been the one securing all of this gold so far. Instinct tries to get the snipe onto him, but can't find it. And Kenvi ends up getting multiple kills out by playing with his health bar.
Yeah, the first one, I think, a little bit lucky. The second one, pretty calculated, as he had to sidestep that all from Scary Jerry. Might have been a little bit scary. Could have went down there, too. But that, like, literally any other damage comes through on the Kenvi for this play. It's only the Orianna combo. I didn't... 9 HP, according to our producers. I couldn't exactly tell if Scary Jerry's combo fully connected. It kind of looked like it did, but... that's close. I think it's a 1-for-1 trade. Once Dardoch goes in, no matter what, like you're trading your life to try and find Kenvi. It would have been a trade up, but man, Kenvi able to sneak out and able to get back out on the map and continue to farm up, and those levels continue to look good on the side of Citadel.
True that.
Yeah.
I gotta say, the Blaze Olive have gotten 3 shutdowns. 3 for 3 on shutdown so far in this game. And there's still a couple of them to claim out on the map, but I'm really looking at Citadel Gaming to really use this strength, right? They're hitting 2 items on multiple members now, and almost 3 as well, especially on Bradley. And I feel like they can just unlock these team comps if they find one pick.
I just think that, like, ABO, I guess Pen's starting to come in for Supernova, which is pretty important in this game. I think ABO has to just have her find a very big fight if Supernova wants to have a shot. Feels like his Wombo has been the trigger pull where they've at least gotten things started. And he is, as you highlighted off those shutdowns, actually had a decent item break point despite being down on the scoreboard. Gold-wise, he's in decent shape with what's in the inventory. So
stopped off for the Oblivion, which I appreciate.
Yeah, just interact. Like the other tricky part for Supernova at this stage of the game is that Orianna doesn't really want to respond to side lanes promo. Like, she wants to find groupings and be able to pull the trigger with Dardoch, right?
Yeah.
But they have to have the Orianna in the side lane to help answer these 2 lanes. And it feels like they're putting Orianna into the Scion to just having a double dead lane where they can each freely scale up and farm. And then we'll see what Mbess is able to do into the Aurelia, where Hoarder's at least down with items. But frankly, this is, I think, a 1v1 that in theory should probably be Aurelia favored, but Mbessa has ways to play into it. It's just that Hoarder's behind.
Looks like it's going to be a Lord Dom's third for Scary Jerry, too.
It's Sorelda's probably. But
Sorelda is. Yeah, true.
yeah, we'll see.
The slowdown, we'll see. Dragon is coming up in a minute, though. So that would be Soul Point for Supernova on a Cloud Soul, which gives them a ton of that wiggle room when they do pop their ultis, and some of that movement speed to stay away from CTG's invade.
Yeah, at the moment, though, there's they're staying away from CTG's side of the map. They're hovering on
Breezy
the
can't
top
get
side.
cut there. Chains of Corruption is not going to hit onto Scary Jerry. He's fine. He loses about half his health. Breezy does. Ends up having to pop his heal, but that was all he popped in the end.
Yeah, like he's going to reset. The big thing it does do is that it pulls all the Supernova mids. You can see Bradley just got to wave in bot, and it's going to get a free reset here right before that Dragon does spawn. So let's see how aggressively Citadel wants to play around this Baron, because they've really committed into controlling the top side. And they're going to pull it. Damage isn't here yet. Bradley's behind in tow.
Supernova, no, they want to try to contest this. Really, this is Citadel Gaming just trying to pull a fast play, trying to see what resources they can get out of Supernova. But you got to remember, they did just burn a decent amount trying to get Breezy in the mid lane. Gonna have Solar Flare coming up soon, but the Chains of Corruption is gonna be off cooldown now. How crazy that cooldown reduction is, and now Bradley has already half health the Dragon, just gonna take this one and even things up in terms of Dragon score.
Now that is a good use of Aurelia's passive. I like that a lot from Citadel, actually. Again, just kind of leave Bradley to his own devices. Whatever side of the map he's on, he's gonna be good to find those skirmishes.
How many people could he take right now, you think, on 3 items? I think at least 2. Maybe 3.
I depending on what 2 they send his way, I think it's actually, he can get outplayed. It's a little bit tough, but you can always do the outplaying as Aurelia too. That's
Yeah.
part of the fun of this champion. So
that's why I love seeing Bradley back on some comfort here. A guy that we missed in Tier 2, obviously, you know, starting the year, maybe not in the brightest note for himself, but trying to make his way back. Hasn't had the brightest of splits, but I still appreciate looking back to the draft and saying, we're going to give you resources, Bradley. This is your moment in Game 2.
no, I think that's a good shout. We do see Hoarder. He's missing Flash, so did have to burn that off of Bradley's last ult. But oh, hold on, Collapse coming in. Scary Jerry does have that Sorelda's.
The slowdown coming through from the Rallies from Kenby, though, is going to stop this play in its tracks. Grasping Roots coming down, double TP coming in, 1 from each side so far. There's going to be the top lanes joining. Immediately, Supernova back away from the fight. There's going to be Citadel Gaming with the strength in this one.
Supernova going to respond to waves quickly as the TPs end up getting matched. Okay. We may not get anything out of this one. I mean, I do want to give Citadel and Bradley some credit. I think this is one of the few champs that actually makes the draft work for me. Because the other AD options mid, I don't like Lucian. Like, let's just take that out of the pool. That champ, you're way too range gated. Honestly, kind of same for Smolder. Like, you're trying to play Smolder into what was showing at the time. Like, Orianna, Wukong, Ezreal, Rakan. That's actually pretty hard. Like, you get outranged by Ezreal later on.
They're just going to run into this play.
Yeah.
Scary Jerry baiting it out there.
And then
Gaming just walking around for where they can find it in.
The other AD option is that, like, ability haste Zed build, which I actually quite like.
True.
But not this game, because Rakan, Orianna, and Bessa lock up. Like, even Zed with the shadows, it's pretty tough to deal with Rakan R flash on your face and then get full combos. So Aurelia can actually deal with all the above and win out on the side lanes. So I do want to give Citadel and Bradley some credit. I feel like this champ actually really did make the draft work.
Yeah. They just got to close it out here, even up this series. And what a marker it would be. 3 items now completed for multiple carries. Chains of Corruption going to go wide in mid lane onto Breezy. The cooldown's so ridiculously short, though, it's not really going to matter. It's like 45 seconds or something. And now we see the re-engage from Diamond. Scary Jerry going to be forced to pop the cleanse, but he gets solar flared anyways. This is a desperate fight for Supernova. They do end up getting Diamond back. Big tank from Philip is there, but Hoarder tries to find backline access. Here comes a Blaze Olive. He's looking for his shockwave combo. Bradley's trying to take down Hoarder though, and Bradley's starting to chunk him. Bradley's starting to get taken down though, needs to be careful. Does end up getting his health bar taken from him, and Dardoch, they're turning this one around. Philip, he is not tanky enough. The tank shred has come online, and the 3-item spike bears potential for Supernova.
Look, I just don't think that Diamond can send it on Scary Jerry mid like that. Like, yes, you get cleansed out, and he found a decent catch. Like, Jerry definitely misplayed it in order to get Leona in there, but in the end, it just ends up looking like a bait. And that's exactly what it was. Like, this is not the fight, the type of fight that Citadel wants, a mid-lane fight like this. You want to have Bradley be able to try and find an angle or pressure side lane so that you have numbers advantages or you find skirmishes. I think a straight-up 5v5 like that, where you pretty much throw your life away to take away Ezreal's conditions, like, that's not really something that anyone but Aurelia can follow up on. And Aurelia is stuck mid there, so I think that Citadel and Diamond, just an unwarranted take from them there.
And you're starting to see what Supernova were drafting when they got this comp. Their team fight strength can really be strong if they get that kind of front-to-back setup that they had. And Philip, he might be tanky as hell, but it won't matter when they're single targeting these focuses down.
And this is part of why I wanted Ezreal out of the pool, right? I really thought this champ would be banned with what's showing. Because you can just get your resources like this, even against a Varus. Whereas, like, Jhin, you really get pressured. I think the time that Varus can pressure Ezreal is just not that great in the game. And, hey, props to Scary Jerry. I mean, he's continues to have a decent comeback split here in NACL after Disguise didn't go the way that he wanted to. All you can do is play your best, and Jerry, I think, ended up having a pretty nice bait there. Diamond took it and signed Citadel up for a pretty tricky fight.
Scary Jerry feeling himself here, stepping up, knowing that he has Hoarder coming on the backside. Breezy looking for the play. Double knock up, public execution on the backline. The shockwave combo! Supernova just make mincemeat out of Citadel Gaming. And now they're about to look for more. They're still hungry. Now they want to go for the Baron. Bradley was not part of that play. He is the ticket forward. Oh no, Instinct gonna be forced to flash. They might have access on Instinct now. Bradley's still here. Bradley's still scary. Dardoch just goes for the double cyclone, and Bradley is forced to go in. He has to try to find Scary Jerry. He has to try to find something, but can't find anything.
That's Baron. Yeah, I don't think that there's any world where you can contest this Baron. Gonna have to be a full reset for Citadel, and that scaling from Supernova kinda ends up kicking in. Like this, the Poke Varus, the damage is not sticking quite as well. The Aurelia didn't open up the game as quickly as Citadel was hoping for, and now...
Oh, Philip gives his life.
Yeah, I don't think any reason to go down there. And Supernova have gotten their way back into this game off of 2 good fights in mid lane. And again, the middle of mid lane. These are not the fights that Citadel wants to take. They want to try and find these skirmishes or find angles for Aurelia. Instead, while Aurelia's in the top lane, they end up getting engaged upon mid. Lose the Baron, they will take the consolation prize in that dragon. That is sole point, but Citadel, I feel like just not playing exactly what their comp wants to do here in the later stages of the game.
And Hoarder is having instant backline access here multiple times. And we might have been a little down on this pick going into it because it has been a little tough for Hoarder to have that side lane pressure. But in the team fights, that backline access, if they take down Instinct, that's a ton of their back damage. I mean, you really are only relying on Kenby, Bradley, and Instinct, and Kenby's damage can be spotty at the best.
It is, and I know that I think it's right to credit Hoarder his ability to get in the backline there, but hey, that was made pretty damn easy with the setup that Breezy had.
Sure.
Very good find from Breezy. Going into Diamond, I mean, I think this is a big match for Breezy. Talking with Breezy again, it's his birthday today, but he said that, I asked him specifically about playing against Diamond. This has been a matchup that we've seen for so long. And one that I think for the vast majority of splits, Diamond has always gotten the best of Breezy. But this was really one of the first years or splits where I feel like Breezy's been better. And I asked Breezy about it. He's like, hey, I've always enjoyed playing against Diamond. I know when I played with him versus, or he played against him in the Academy 5 years ago, Diamond thought he was trash.
Yeah.
He's like, I've improved a lot. I feel like this is the best league I've played in my whole career, the past 2 splits. And he said it's time to show him how it's done. Always respects playing against Diamond. Feels good, good competition. It feels good when he beats him.
Philip's going down. So. Yep. The charm hits Breezy with the clutch. And they find the kill with Scary Jerry. There's going to be the spell shield used, though. Philip was buying a lot of time here. Scary Jerry's playing so far up. is playing very confident here, but the Baron buff still coming through here. Breezy definitely getting the better of Diamond this time around at least. And so far it's been Breezy with the key engages. I've always really appreciated Breezy's mentality, even when we look back to the days on CLG in Tier 2, but more specifically, you know, having that perspective, going to the coaching role, right? Being that kind of positional coach and coming back into the fold and realizing kind of what it did to affect the learning and kind of add to Breezy's already extensive knowledge.
Yeah, again, just didn't find the right scenario for himself, playing-wise. I think sometimes that's what happens when guys go to coach. But I agree with Breezy. I think this is the best year I've seen him play. And I think the story of him, I mean, it's always been, you know, why would I go Breezy if I could go Chime, if I could go Busio, if I could go Ayla, if I could even go Diamond or win some in past splits? Breezy has not made a good enough case for himself until what feels like this year, where this might be the best case for himself. So, look, I think going through the lower bracket would be a hell of a run for all the Supernova players. Definitely send a message that, especially for a lot of these guys, like even thinking of Dardoch, a player that's been around for a long time, there's more reason to take Dardoch or maybe have him play at the next level too. It kind of is the case that a lot of these Supernova players are trying to make outside of Hoarder, right?
Yeah. With
a fresh face, and it's made a hell of a splash so far. So, been good to see Breezy, a player that we're familiar with for a long time, give us more reason to rethink things about him as the Spellbook Cleanse gets them out of that combo in the face check. And Supernova is going to try and deny the soul from going over to the Citadel, which, to be fair, giving Aurelia a Cloud Soul doesn't sound great to me. So,
but let's talk about that a little bit then, Cubby. Because I think it's super important to know what's up, what's available, and how they can really hone in on this one. We've seen Citadel, once they can find the big picks, once they get Bradley going in these fights, he makes the difference. But how do they approach it clinically?
I mean, I think the big thing now is, like, can Bradley even break the game? Like, yes, you flame Horizon to Blaze All, but can you side lane and split push to end up with a game-winning scenario? That one I'm not sure about. Because we see Bradley, I mean, opting the group, and can you deal with a level 18 Ambessa with 4 items? I don't care what breakpoint you're on as any champion, Ambessa's tough. So,
4 items apiece on some carries.
Yeah.
Flashes available across the boot. See who can take that first damage onto the Dragon. Still about a minute away, and both teams know how important this next objective is. We are TPing and stancing up a minute ahead of this fight.
For Scion really thrives, and the poke Varus too, but you can see that poke damage.
They're just going to go straight for the tier 2.
In the same way. Instinct has burned a couple of chains of corruption for poke. We'll see what happens when he gets his next one back. We'll be up in time for the Dragon.
Citadel putting a lot of eggs in this basket. They even give up that tier 2 in mid. They don't have any defensive structures to fall back to out on the map.
Yeah, I honestly think the Cloud Soul is like their backdoor win con at this point, so I think it's the right call.
Bradley stacking up.
They can play this pocket really nicely with Scion, with Syra. You can see how tricky it is for Supernova. Like, it was easy for them to go play the lane because that was given. But
Public execution as the Blade Surge stacks go down. It is Supernova's time to shine. They know Bradley is not ramped up, and Hoarder is still being dealt with and not being dealt with at all. Kenby trying to get out. Kenby goes down. Supernova, they're cutting through. Citadel Gaming, the walls, they're made of paper, and the big wolves have blown it all down. Philip is gone, and that's an ace going through for Supernova.
Looking to end the game off that too. A Blaze Olive, he has TP so can join the team. Has Supernova done it? They made the comeback. I see 30 seconds on Instinct. I think that's a tough timer. I think it's just going to be an inhib and go back and deny the soul. Regardless, though, it was tough to break through the Zyra, break through the Scion, but Hoarder found the ult to do it. Okay.
They're going to go for it. I mean, there's still huge timers on this. They're tanking it up. They're taking it down.
Wow. Okay, that's
Supernova make the miraculous comeback. A 2-0 start to this best of 5. And it's official. Supernova are back, baby.
Wow, Citadel. It felt like they were winning that game for 35 minutes of it. And Supernova just come roaring back. Hoarder, who was kept down all game. A big public execution in the back half to set up that fight, and that Ambessa just ripped through things. As a bit of surprise for me with that, just how quickly things fell apart for Citadel.
That feels bad. That feels real bad.
I mean, that Varus damage late, like they ran out of time faster than what I thought. And again, Aurelia in these team fights, like I just ran out of time. So
you called it
I
out.
Stalls.
Aurelia is not untouchable. Like in these fights, if you overextend, if you're the only focus at the time of fighting, she will just get bursted down. We saw that in the last 4 fights consecutively.
100%. Again, like that pick, I thought that early on, I spent some time talking about how important it is to get that pick on the sideline as fast as possible. That's partly why. So I do think it's really important that teams thoroughly are able to do that. They were able to get Bradley in there eventually, but it definitely took a little bit. So yeah, that said, I'm still surprised that things fell apart as quickly as it did for Citadel. They had a 4K gold lead. It felt like so early on, just weren't able to build upon it fast enough for what that game warranted in the back half. So tough loss for Citadel. I'm really curious how they bounce back from that. I think they're in a really tough spot now.
Momentum-based teams, we'll see if they can bounce back as well. Supernova, though, 2 games in a row, they show that mid-game, late-game decision-making, they are on fire with that. And we'll see if they can do that in game number 3, if this is a clean sweep, or if it can go to 4. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Welcome back to NACL Split 2 playoffs, the most important playoffs in NACL history, and that supernova in the sky is getting too big to shut away. 2-0 lead in this best of 5 between Supernova and Citadel Gaming. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Cubby, and that was a backbreaker of a game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, bouncing back from that, you're now down 0-2, the best of 5, quite literally down to your last life, as you cannot lose another map, or else you're going home until next year.
Yeah.
For Citadel, in a game where they were up for what felt like the first 30 minutes of it, and really just started going sideways these 2 mid fights they took. I just don't think this is the right terrain to be fighting on if you are Citadel's comp. Right, corridors and you know, narrow postures, I think just set up so much better for them than a very wide mid lane fight where, you know, champs like Ezreal, Rakan, and Bessa can be very mobile and try and get away from like the Scion Zyra circles that you were able to draw. And then Hoarder in the back half of this one, I mean,
that's full damage, by the way.
This Ambessa is so big, man.
Yeah.
This
It's full
champion.
damage. That's like the craziest thing about all these. He literally tanked a 1v4 in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Poke Ferris get nerfed on this patch, and it felt like Poke Ferris really
It felt like it, for sure.
ran out of gas quickly in that game. As Supernova, no double backs to take the dragon here. They had plenty of time to end, and man, we might have plenty of time left on the Demoiselle if they end up taking the third game here, because we were expecting this one to go at least 4. But so far, Supernova have been the better team on the day, even if that gold graph tells the story of that game, yeah.
That hurts. Such an early advantage, too. I believe it was like 3 or 4K and 9 minutes into the game, maybe a little bit after that.
Yep.
And it falls like a cliff, unfortunately, for Citadel Gaming. But this is also a situation where, you know, there's a lot of experience on this Citadel Gaming team. They're down 0-2. There could just be, you know, that kind of conversation they have with each other, whip each other back into shape, and kind of have that momentous kind of conversation about how they can move forward. And we've seen teams against the backs against the wall come out of scarier positions, but this is definitely a scary one to be in for this team, especially with their last life on the line in a split that, yes, maybe they weren't the first, second, third, fourth seed coming into the playoffs, but they were still a team that we thought could make the run for that LTA North promotion slot.
Yeah, and again, we were surprised when we saw this matchup that one of the runs between these two teams would have to end today. Again, I think coming into the day, we had Supernova as favorites, but I didn't think that it would be as one-sided as this. I liked the angle that Citadel had in the last game. I thought Aurelia made that draft work, got off to a good start, but just couldn't use Aurelia to like actually end the game.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big difference of modern day League of Legends, is that these objective fights, they're just too damn big to ignore.
Yep.
And yeah, in this one, the straightforwardness of Supernova's comp definitely paid off. I just don't think the Citadel put that one out clean enough, and that's been a common denominator problem for Citadel. It's going to have to change now.
Now or never. Blue side is the selection for Citadel Gaming, as they will go into game number 3 on that side. They ban away the Jacks as well. I expect a lot of these bans to remain the same. Maybe even change some of them up on the red side more so than the blue side. But the Maokai is going to be remaining ever present on that red side ban.
Yeah, again, I'm kind of going back and forth between some of the bans that we had in past series. One that is new is going to be that Rise ban.
True.
Maybe really hoping to get Azir, which, yeah, that's denied yet again.
Not going to get, I'm sorry.
No, Azir.
Yeah,
Maokai's
it's too OP.
Azir. It seems to be the stable red side ban so far in this series. But, or maybe a Yone setup here for Bradley? I mean, some of the Yone answers are off the board. Wondering if they try and force a Yone ban out from Supernova by maybe banning another decent matchup as Ivern taken away.
True. No Fanghorn Forest today. We're not allowed. I do kind of like some of this split focus from Citadel, but it definitely feels like they're just trying to take away some of these premier picks. I mean, we've seen Dardoch on the Ivern, but as well as maybe looking at that later game that Supernova have been opting into for a lot of these games so far in this series.
The Vi for Kenby, that also remains a stable. Oh, they dropped the Trundle ban. Okay.
Yep.
So, no Trundle bans. I will say the best responses I've seen the Trundle so far are Wukong, Jarvan, and Maokai. All 3 of those champs are off the board. So curious how creative Dardoch gets in terms of his answer. If any player is going to have something up his sleeve to deal with Trundle, it's going to be Dardoch.
Man, and his Mundo doesn't work here. Man, it's so sad. I always love the potential for Mundo. It is going to be a little bit of that question in this first phase, though, for that jungle matchup, as the Aurora is locked in. This can still be pretty flexible.
Pending top lane matchup for quarter. We'll see what the plan is, but Aurora, very powerful champion still. Some of her good answers are also off the board. I think Victor's the best thing left for Bradley, but that's not exactly a Citadel champion, as Bradley mostly plays pace setters. And Victor is definitely a champion you have to really slow your pace for. He's yet to play at this split. But curious if that is the option, because of all the champions that can play, I mean, the only other good option for him here, I think, would be a Galio.
Yeah,
Galio into Lucian Aurora, I I don't love Galio and Illusion at all. So
I like
maybe they
this
just drop mid. Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that, or maybe go with something maybe a little bit more utilitarian. I do really like the Kaisa. I think it does have that potential to have that kind of late game scaling, but it's also one of Instinct's kind of premium picks. So I love that they're opting to comfort in some ways with that. It's also good that the Nico that we actually saw Supernova ban in game number 1 of the series from blue side.
I mean, historically, it has been a good pick for Instinct. It's his first time playing at the split, actually. Yeah. So options for Breezy, probably going to be the Nami. Okay. Frontline now necessary for Supernova. It is, but Supernova's going to have to find a frontline somewhere. And it's really interesting to see where Citadel puts their bans, because you could really try and attack a couple of I think jungle pool here would be the big one.
Yeah.
I'm just curious to see like what they value getting rid of with a Trundle in the game, and really where Dardoch wants to go in the jungle himself. Because again, do you even ban a Nocturne? Like, is that worth it? As it looks like Victor ban gonna be worth it for Supernova.
I'm just wondering what Dardoch's been saving for his old friend Kenvi. The history between the two junglers, I know they've gone at each other for a long time. Again, I feel like Dardoch has truly become like a positive pillar of tier 2, tier 3 here, and trying to be kind of that standout for Supernova and bringing the team together in a lot of cases. Gonna be reaching deep into those pockets, I feel like, today, as we do get that Gnar ban just like last game as well, and opting into some more options into Hoarder.
I will say that I do like Renekton a lot in games with Trundle, because I think that he pairs decently well with Trundle, but also can play into him. Just keep in mind that Trundle scales off of resistances. With Renekton, you're kind of just stacking health and damage, and Trundle actually doesn't like that at all.
There's the Galio ban you mentioned.
Okay, yeah, so both mid-laners that we teased taken away. Bradley going to be really searching for champions now. I mean, he could just like brute force a Sylas, but I don't like the setup for that game. For Sylas, because like that would be a comfort pick for him, right?
It would. And like, I guess it's okay. I mean, I personally really think the culling is kind of nuts when you can steal it away. But they did change that. So. It is the Yone ban going through. That has been a consistent ban from that blue side so far as well. Still some answers here from Supernova's side. I know we were talking about the Xin Zhao in an earlier game in the series, but he goes for the Lee Sin, so giving himself some more power.
That is another good matchup in the Trundle. That is playable. Lee Sin has seen a couple of nerfs, so he's really fallen down the totem pole. But honestly, I think that's an okay pick this game for Dardoch. Definitely a game where he can function. So, yeah, I mean, I will say I think crowd control and frontline still somewhat necessary here for Supernova. I know I'm setting up Renekton being played this game. Into the Gragas, that's going to go down.
Philip Gragas.
Yeah, that's definitely a soft counter. Or I should say more of a hard counter into Renekton. Gragas always just such a neutralizer when it comes to the lane. For me, I mean, this could really... I know that there is a Trundle in the game, but it's curious like how much Hoarder might feel pressured to actually play a tank topside for one of those decent matchups in the Gragas. I will say that it's maybe a sneaky Poppy angle. If you go Poppy with the Tier and the Sundered Sky, it's actually not bad in the Gragas.
Yeah.
If you want to get really weird.
I don't like the Poppy no matter what.
Yeah, definitely not a Hoarder champion historically, but could be an option.
You get the Syndra.
Does that put Aurora top lane? I mean, it might. You just have to play something with has a little bit of crowd control and setup for the Lee Sin, which again, really low on in terms of mid lane options. That would be one though. Oh boy, okay.
The twisted
honestly,
fate.
I think this fixes a lot of the issues for the Supernova comp. You now have a gold card. Like, we kept on talking about like, where's your CC, where's your crowd control? Gold card fixes a lot of that. And this is an ABO special, man. I mean,
this is single target heaven for Supernova right now.
It is. Like, TF, Lee Sin, my lord, we're going way back.
If you go too far, you're dead. I'm sorry. Like, there's nothing saving you.
Yeah, I think that the ability to play in the TF, though, I mean, some of the setups you can find with Syndra, Kaisa, Nico, it's not an easy game by any means to play Twisted Fate. Going to be a tough laning phase. He'll probably go Green Tree secondary and try and survive the best he can against the Syndra. But I think Scatter actually has some real power this game. The big thing for me, whenever Syndra's in the game, are you able to preserve your flash? Because that champion with flash up versus not having flash up, it's a very different game of League of Legends for Syndra. If she doesn't have flash, It's a really easy target to focus on with the cullings, with the tidal waves, and the executes. So
And don't look back to game number 1. Wipe that out of your memory.
yeah, I do like this game for the setup for Supernova though. I gotta say, I think the Citadel, like I see a Trundle, Syndra, Kai'Sa. I mean, that is a lot of damage in a team fight, but I think Supernova has a lot of tools to play around that, whether it's TF side landing or trying to find. Like, I like their 2v2 actually against Syndra Trundle. I think that Lee Sin TF can do a lot into that, playing off the gold cards and hopefully using some of that Lee Sin mobility to not get stymied by a scatter. I think the big thing for me is going to be Diamond on that Nico. Can the Pop Blossoms be game breaking? Because we've seen how big those ultimates can be, and I know they've removed a lot of that early power from the, Nico's early laning phase, but doesn't matter what happens. If you connect with one of those R's and it's big in the late game, you can completely warp a game. And the follow-up for that with a Syndra and a Gragas behind you, very real.
Yeah, they have a decent amount of pick potential there, but I gotta say this is a little bit of an adaptation in terms of, you know, Citadel Gaming going for this team fight heavy composition that scales a little bit into this game as well. They have had some variations of that in this series so far, but this is, you know, heavily indexing into that team fight special where Supernova, they do have some good team fighting, but it's all about pick potential here between them, and I think that's a stark contrast to what we've seen from Supernova in the other games of the series.
Yeah, I'm with you. Definitely a lot of scaling on the side of Citadel. I will say very heavy magic damage composition before we lower the draft and give you guys at home the chance to have your voices be heard with the predictions for Game 3 between Supernova and Citadel. So if you guys think Citadel can get back into the series, let us know. If you think Supernova is going to wrap it up here, let us know. If I'm Supernova, I'm expecting to see at least 3 Mercury treads on that side. And that's going to feel really good. There's a lot of magic damage. I am concerned. Like, I think that Lee Sin, like, he feels really good going Hexdrinker and or Spirit Visage this game. I think MR is definitely going to be something that Supernova feels like they can get in their kits and actually, like, will make a big difference because the, like, damage breakdown for Citadel when you have a Gragas plus a Syndra plus a Nico Kai'Sa, you're looking at a team comp that's throwing like 75% magic damage at you, and that's a lot. Like that's what I'm expecting this game though, especially in the fights. So I think that's going to really help Supernova spec in terms of what they build. It's a squishier game, and they don't want to be building defenses, but when you get to allocate just to kind of focus on one, my eyes are on Instinct. You called out the Kai'Sa. We haven't seen it from him all split, but I'm curious if he goes for like
classic for him.
The non-Nashor's Tooth build on the Kai'Sa, the Terminus, just to make sure he's a little bit more AD focused. And there's going to be a lack of armor on the other teams. So if he's able to pick his spots right around the scatter, around the Gragas engages, definitely could be an opportunity for Instinct to show some of his team fight prowess later on and get through the laning phase.
And a lot of expectations for both these teams. I mean, you don't, even if Citadel Gaming wasn't one of the top couple in the NACL regular season, this is a team built with experience, with a goal in mind of trying to get to that LTA North promotion slot. And I think for both teams, losing here would be an extreme disappointment.
Oh, yeah.
And I think for Supernova, they're in a much better place to talk right now, obviously being 2-0 up in the series. The fact that they find themselves here in the first place is also a disappointment. So them making good on it, it feels good. But I need Citadel to make good on the promises that this roster put together when they came together for this split number 2, when they put the pieces to the Citadel together, because it's Citadel backs against the wall. Game number 3, it's do or die now. Supernova versus Citadel Gaming.
All right, Citadel. I think for a team that didn't compete in spring, just to get ready for summer, to come in and go down, especially with some of the pedigree that these guys have without winning a game in playoffs, would definitely be a big disappointment. So last chance for them to really step up and show what they're made of and try and push this 1-4 against Supernova.
See if they can get there. Bradley, cheeky little start, you know. Got a little damage on the Hoarder. Hoarder's going to back, though. He'll be fine. But I do expect the tempo of this game to be decided by the jump. I mean, it's been our focus almost all series long. The back and forth between the two. I mean, Kenvi getting the better of Dardar for like 80% of that game in game number 2. And then now it comes down to Dardar pulling out his Lee Sin, Kenvi going for this Trundle, and what they can do on the map. I mean, this is where the leads are built.
Yeah, I mean, it is. This is where the story is written on the Rift here, Mazel.
Gotta get all cheesy, you know?
Yeah, get all the cheesiness out. Topside starts for both of our junglers, so gonna see where we go from here. Definitely think that top lane being left in isolation. Curious if Aurora can build some sort of lead against the Gragas. Gragas is a very scaling-focused pick. So just kind of interested to see how that one goes. Obviously not a matchup that I'm fully familiar with, and I expect not everyone at home is either. But Aurora just brings so much strength to her laning phase with the passive and her ability to you know, find the damage to the electrocute early on in the combos. So definitely going to have to see if Order can make any use of that, get any sort of lead against Philip, who I expect will start the slingshot back into that matchup if and when his scaling items start to evolve. And we'll see if he goes for 1 or 2 scaling items here.
His Gragas is legendary. All right, better hold some respect on it. I'm more interested in this mid lane, man. Bradley versus Blaze Olive. Blaze Olive has quietly had an incredible series. I mean, last game, he was a major reason why the Gold League didn't just get exploded out. He was getting shutdowns left and right. And now he's on the TF with the counter pick, the 5th pick here for game number 3 for Supernova.
Definitely a big one. And honestly, him kind of reaching into his bag a little bit. Respect. I remember him and XU playing some TF in Italy, some of the Game 4 Fearless in the final of Tier 2 Americas. I think that's the last time that we saw Blaze Olive on this TF, but a pick that I very much associate with him and his Golden Guardians time.
Yeah.
As he was a damn good one and able to impact the map. And definitely a champ that I like seeing in Fearless a bit. I think that with the spellbook buffs, a lot of our NACL teams have kind of forgotten about TF, who as a champion just provides so much strength. You think about his ability to impact the map and also shove waves.
MSI stats would beg to differ, but you know, it's a long time since then.
The priority of TF there was a little obnoxious. This is game 3 Fearless, and we're picking it way later. So I do like that.
We'll see how it plays out, especially. I mean, again, I'm just
not everyone's Chovy, Mazel. You know, it's what it is.
Speaking, if you want to try to be like Chovy, you can learn from some that are trying to reach that goal. Go to prodiff.gg. You can get one-on-one coaching from pros here in the LTA North, LTA South, at least not LTA South, rather, NACL and ERLs. Go scan that QR code. Go get some one-on-one coaching from prodiff.gg, especially some players that you're watching right now in this series.
Casterdiff.net has no notes for you with that ad read, Mazel. That was beautiful. Yeah,
for sure.
Nice Chovy transition there. So yeah, shout out to ProDiff for helping us power us up for our entire season, playoffs and regular season, and help power you up at home too. So check out the QR code, check out ProDiff. Let's get back into this game, as we do have some resets coming out. Order did TP back top to match Philip, and does have that baby lead, which we somewhat expected, again with this swap being brought in for the Aurora.
Would you say it's the size of a rabbit, Cubby?
No, just a wee bit, maybe.
Okay.
Hair's
just
difference.
Making sure. Hair's
difference.
Dang, there you go. That's what I'm talking about, Cubby.
Well, there unfortunately is not going to be any hopping, skipping, or jumping to actually find some rotations here. Diamond might get found.
Diamond?
It's a gold card.
Yeah, has to flash out of that one.
Okay.
The bubble was coming for him.
Good play.
Breezy gonna make a cheeky play back in the mid lane. Gonna spot him backing, but instantly the scatter of the week comes through from Bradley. The back will still be followed through on by Diamond.
He's gonna be all right. As he can. Oh, okay. He's actually gonna go base. I guess he just matches the base of Diamond, and we just call it chill. I thought he'd get through the pots and just lose out mana as the Navi, but it's all right. I will say that of all the champions, you know, we've seen locked in, Dardox Lee Sin definitely has a lot of respect on the ladder.
For sure.
Throughout the years. I know that Lee Sin, we don't see him as much anymore, but Dardox Lee Sin was always very good. In terms of respect on the Rift that we have seen so far this split, I think it's important to note, Scary Jerry's Lucian was one that was getting denied from Supernova.
Yep.
Quite a bit. In terms of power,
going
Scary
on instinct
Jerry
here. Kennedy's here.
Okay. I think we're going to get out of this one with no blood. Scary Jerry, he is 3-0 on the Lucian this split, and it was a part of Supernova's early wins. Then the champ kind of started to get denied from him in Supernova, and rightfully so. So it's like to see Scary Jerry again, you know, coming back into NACL. Not the scenario that I think he would want to be in, you know, at the start of the year, but you got to make the best of it. And that's kind of the aspect that we have liked with Scary Jerry. You know, it really feels like he is a competitor behind the scenes. Going to have to fight for his right to prove he can play at a higher level yet again. And we have seen good I'd say it just feels like he's kind of playing with his confidence back. That was missing in the Pro League, and that has been the best thing to see out of Jerry with his return to NACL. So good to see him putting together a very solid lane against Instinct and the Kaisa against Scary Jerry when he was in NACL was the best laning AD that we had for the entirety of last year with him and Psycho making up the strongest bot lane. So good to see him with Breezy putting together a good lane against this Kaisa Nico.
That's the energy that I really appreciate from Supernova. You have multiple members that just feel hungry, and I think that's such a powerful energy to have in Tier 2. And you've got to be able to play with confidence. I think for a lot of the split Supernova we did see a little bit of a slide, but it seems like they've gotten themselves whipped back into shape here for this lower bracket run. Little bit of a CS lead for Scary Jerry so far. I want to check in on the map states of things because Dragon did end up getting taken by Supernova with the plays that happened in the bot lane 3v2. And we'll see now the readaptation towards topside for Grubs.
At 30 seconds away. It should be Prio mid for the Syndra. TF has to go boots to survive and make sure he doesn't get like one-tapped and comboed by Syndra. But
Culling going in. That's going to be the barrier used by Instinct. So one of his summoner spells will be down now. He had a move
Good
from
pressure.
Bradley coming over.
Yeah, I don't know. If Bradley fully commits to this, though, then you get responded to by TF, and it would have been spotted by a control ward. So I think the Grubs... I think the best case scenario for Citadel here is honestly a 1 for 2. Like it just feels like Supernova. They have the prio top, they have the strength, and Kenvi being spotted here. It's always going to be Dardoch picking up the first one. Just kind of interested to see if Kenvi can sneak in here and get anything. They have forced ABO out. He is down flash, but of course he could always rejoin with that portal himself. And Supernova playing with full info here. And Bradley and Kenvi both on wards. And Dardoch has smite. It's going to be at least 2 secured now. And Dardoch's going to hold his smite, so yeah, that's probably going to be all 3.
Wow.
Hard to beat Lee Sin smite here.
Kenvi, can he outsmite him? He's going to walk in. It's going to be a 50-50. Okay, he's not even going to go for it. That'll be all 3 Grubs to Supernova. And I don't want to say it's foreshadowing to anything, but that's a permanent buff for Supernova all game long.
Definitely buffs up that TF, too. I mean, with the ports, with the spellbook, and option to take or stick with some TPs there. His ability to get out around the map, use Grubs could be big. We did have Philip go for the double scaling build on the Gragas. I'm not surprised to see it in this game. This does mean, like, Gragas, if you're going to build like this, does get sneaky tanky and scales very hard in the game. So, as you highlighted, Gragas always been a pick that Philip can go really lean back and rely on. Gonna see what he can do with it this game, because we have seen his cask usage throughout the years be very on point in terms of splitting up fights. Gonna be extremely important in this game to try and break that for Supernova. But he's gonna get really tanky and do a lot of damage on the double scaling Gragas build, which I like a lot. It takes time to get online, but Gragas, I mean, all I can do is just buy time, which is throwing out these casts, trying to pick up as much CS as he can. I think that Philip went for the right build this game. He's going to be sitting in pretty good conditions.
And that's where I want to check in on something we were talking about in draft is, like, when becomes the time that you need to see something for Supernova? Because our entire tale was the fact that CTG have drafted a much more team fight-oriented composition, one that does have some really nice scaling options, and that Supernova were the ones that needed to kind of push the tempo here in a differentiation from the rest of the games in the series.
I think for SN, it's probably going on a Gragas is an option with TF Lee Sin. I just think they need 3. As we do see Philip, like, he blew the flash and the cask. Looks like Breezy lost both his summoner spells and ult too. I'm gonna guess that
Instinct has been left by himself topside, and there's the CC chain from hell. First blood to Supernova.
Yeah, and that's I guess the rotational mistake. 80 alone can't do that against the TF. And gonna be first blood, but not much to talk about or look at here. That's just a Blaze Olive TPing on the face of Instinct, and
yeah, you can't do anything, man. That feels so bad.
No sums burned. He knows he's going down. I will say, I think it's important to note, Instinct with no cleanse against TF. That's gonna need to warrant a Michaelis from Diamond or a QSS from himself later on.
Let's see if he does end up going for that option, or if he's gonna leave that to Diamond. If it comes back to bite him, not having it as a summoner spell. Dragon coming up now. Supernova could redeploy down this bot side. They do have the clear going that way from Dardoch. See if they can step up with 2 dragons up if they do get this next one. Oh, we'll play in mid lane.
Kenvy's lying in wait. It's a maybe.
But look who's on the other side. Dardock's here, can try to save a Blaze all, but the damage is coming down way faster than he expected. Just tries to get some damage back. The kill goes back over now. It's 1-1. Dardock does get a nice little Sonic Wave combo, but won't be able to follow through with the kill. It'll be a pick by CTG in mid lane.
Good play. I know that the gold card, like the look, went down onto Bradley. They do get his flash, but I think the mistake there was not gold carding the Trundle. Because the DPS that Trundle puts out while you're scattered or stuck there is just way too great. Whereas Cinder is skill reliant. So
yeah,
I think a bit of a mistake there from ABO. If he gold cards the Trundle, it's a maybe he's able to walk out. Breezy has no summons. He's gonna have to
He's not going to be able to get out of this one. Tidal Wave comes through it. Another chomp from Kenby, who has just taken this game by the horns here. A 2-0 start for the Trundle.
I mean, 3 good early game starts by Kenby in a row. I mean, he started, what, game 1, 3-0, game 2, 2-0, and up on the Zyra, and now just completely broke the Dragon timer for Supernova. Love how he was able to sneak in there and disconnect Breezy with the Dragon play going on. Dragon's going to be started
this is
again,
bold
though,
from
by
Supernova.
I mean, Breezy's back. He's down Tidal Wave. Jerry, no ult either.
Instinct is coming down the mid lane. Can join if they want to. Citadel will not step up, will not step forward. Just get a scout of the week back from Bradley. But the Dragon will go to Supernova. So they are getting their stacking going in the Dragon department. And that does enable their comp as they move forward. And it's a Mountain Soul. So if Supernova are able to get that early, that's going to feel really good for the damage mitigation.
I actually think that's a bad draw for Supernova.
Okay,
It makes it very important to not drop the next 2 Dragons. Because if you give those away to Citadel, they're going to be the tankier team. Just with the like, there's not a lot of tankiness in this game, but it also means that if you weren't able to blow anyone up, then like Mountain Dragon, that can help with that, right? So I just think it's important that they're able to deny the next 2, take it for themselves. Obviously a very powerful soul to have, but if you make a mistake, give away, it's definitely going to be critical in slowing the game down.
I just really like the shielding, but yeah, Scary Jerry's now in trouble. He does have the flash, but can't get away from a killer instinct from Instinct, and that's going to be a Feats of Warfare completed as well. It's going to feel really good for CTG as they continue to find picks, and now they're going to continue to find Breezy here as well. He's not going to be able to escape this one. Is he about to hand Kenby a 3rd kill of the game? It looks like that's going to be the case. A couple swings of the bat, and Breezy goes out for a home run.
Yeah, nice chomp there. As looks like, must be a nice baseball stadium if we're getting sushi in the bleachers there for Kenby. Gonna make sure that Nami falls, and that's, again, a hot start for Kenby. Supernova, I think that couple of plays being broken, disconnected in mid, critical for them. While that's been going on, TF's kind of been stuck/jailed by Bradley and Cinder in the side lane. That means that TF, has to go back to base, and they're just going to give that bot turret. So, and first brick, that's the race for feats. So it looks like Supernova just completely committing out of the top side here to make sure that they secure feats for themselves. Blazeolve not walking back bot. He was walking with a mid hover and threatening that port towards the top side. So first brick secured. Feet secured for Supernova. They barely went out of the race, but that's where the 3 grubs kind of is the kicker.
Yep.
Kenby can't break that in the back half, and at least Supernova get a small win for themselves there.
And checking in, Scary Jerry's got a pretty decent CS differential over Instinct, but that's not going to matter that much right in these moments, right? We already saw Instinct's impact in that last game, able to chase, or at least last moment, where he's able to chase down with Kenby. I think that's going to be something really important for Supernova to keep an eye on here. Rift Herald does get started up by CTG.
Yeah, look, game plan for Citadel, use Diamond, close the gap, try and find a Wombo, whereas Supernova play off gold cards, play off culling. Rift Herald's going to be secured here, but the fight afterwards looks like they want it.
They're surrounded. Hoarder goes in with the Between Worlds. He's getting locked down. Here comes the Tidal Wave. Hits onto 2 members as well. They get the lockdown on 1. And what was I talking about from the draft? It's all about single target. They find 1. They kill 1. Now they're looking for more. Hoarder, he misses the combo there, but it might not matter in the end. Instinct's outplaying Hoarder at the moment, but Scary Jerry dashing, calling into his face, and he goes down. Breezy falls on the back end of it, but it is Supernova who reclaimed dominance on the map.
Great fight from them, and yeah, Hoarder, I think the flash into Instinct from Hoarder was just really nice. There's no way that he goes down there. He pretty much ensures the Kaisa falls too. So Supernova, they give the objective, but they will take the fight afterwards. I think that's a small positive for them. Wave cleanup going to go okay here. as TF does get most, and we'll see. I mean, that did take away some summoner spells, most notably from Instincts, so if I'm Supernova from here, just big flashing red lights wherever the Kai'Sa's at for a Blaze Olive. Can you attack that Kai'Sa where it doesn't have a cleanse, doesn't have flash, and I think that's got to be the play, the find, and Citadel's going to have to play defense against that here.
And that's going to be second item now completed for Scary Jerry. He's had a consistent, huge CS differential over Instinct, and now it's actually going to matter. About a minute until soul point for Supernova. Like you were saying, they don't feel like they want to give over the next 2 dragons and let this go to some scaling for CTG.
Yeah, I think, again, every dragon is really important. Mountain Dragon is incredibly useful as a solo Drake, and there's not going to be a lot of pen coming in from the champs, the carries. Like, the core items that everyone has, I mean, no pen for Kai'Sa, Syndra pen's delayed, double stacking for Gragas. Aurora's going to have fastest access to pen with the Bloodletter's Curse, and so, yeah, I just think that these dragons really important to pick up and secure because those resistances are going to mean a lot when everyone has a lot of damage in their kits and a lot of damage in this game.
Riftail play in the mid lane, looking to get 2 turrets down. Hoarder is going to make it away. Dardoch tries to go in. Tidal Wave going to be used to back them off as the wave crashes. Turret does not fall, loses half its health. CTG trying to move back out towards this dragon now.
Blaze Olive has TP. Oh, and has the port. That's
they want to make the play, the quick play onto the TP maybe. Not looking for it in the end. Yellow card queued up by Blaze Olive. Looking for a big scatter of the week from Bradley. Lockdown comes in, the gold card! It's not going to get Kenby. Diamond goes in with a Pop Blossom to delay the inevitable, but that inevitability might just be Supernova's win condition. And Blaze Olive finds the back line. Yellow card coming up as well. He might look for the nail in the coffin here. They don't find it. They're backing away onto the dragon. Looks like Scary Jerry was the only one that really wanted to start that one up. Dardoch going to take it the long way. CTG resetting up for the fight.
They chunked the Trundle, and with Kenby having no good ult targets and the amount of damage coming down while he's stunned, it's so difficult for him. They just got to stun him again.
They get a combo. Power unleashed, and the shutdown goes over to Bradley. Dardoch tries to go in onto Kenby, but Kenby now setting up for success here. Half health on Dragon, another scatter of the week. Bradley is doing massive work here, but Dardoch tries to find him. Dardoch goes way too far. You've lost your jungler. Now you're just going to lose the Dragon. Supernova sticking around.
Diamond's coming back, and that was a mistake from Dardoch. Supernova still
that was
posturing.
a big mistake, and it might be a cascading effect right now. Scatter of the week comes through, Dragon goes over, and CTG just gonna run down Supernova, who were just watching them take the Dragon and wonder why they got hit in the mouth right after.
Breezy's gonna fall in the back half too. No way he lives this as everything comes collapsing down for Supernova off the back of just an unwarranted take by Dardoch getting into the back line there.
Yeah, that was the biggest overstep in this game, and that's going to feel bad because now the lead has fully swapped to CTG. Almost a 4,000 gold swing just off the back of that play, and a denial of the stacking, a denial of what SN want to do in these setups and find that single target access. It's not there in that fight.
Yeah, and off the back half of that, honestly, I mean, Kenby and Bradley both being at 2 items, I think, very critical. Bradley, I mean, 2 items and change, too. Cosmic Drive already on the Syndra. With the first strike, looks like Bradley's just kind of accelerated in this game. And Syndra can do a lot of work. We did see Bradley with the scatter cancel the culling. So that's a pretty big one. And definitely
Bradley canceled that whole team fight for Supernova, TBH.
Yeah. Like, if the fight isn't clean, and Bradley's able to play front to back off scatter cooldowns, that's what you can use to really outrange the Supernova composition. And definitely saw that once the fight started to be winning for Citadel, and every scatter that Bradley threw out was critical in just making sure they could push the fight more and more forward. So definitely something to look out for.
They're still feeling confident, though. They're moving around again. They have some good pick potential here. You're almost on 3 items for Scary Jerry. Will need to stop off for the boots. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't go for that in the end. But that scaling that we said was kind of a doomsday clock in favor of CTG. I mean, it's starting to hit the minutes now. And we're going to be on that stacking, scaling Gragas for Philip. We already have 2 items for Bradley as well. Instinct in a little bit of trouble. No dash there on the back end. The turret does end up falling, though. They're just going to try to make the play with the Blaze Olive, too. He gets the CC chain, but Killer Instinct comes through, and Scary Jerry gets the kill. He takes all of his. He's dead.
Oh,
He
wow.
absolutely just took that
Chase
turret to
on.
the grave, and Philip finds the backline access. Supernova have lost themselves in this one, and the gravity pull has ceased as Citadel Gaming rise from the ashes of those first 2 games, and now they find themselves in a controlling position in Game 3.
Otacon's the look. Dardock's already playing to the other side of the map. There's no marksman here, but maybe just too risky to look to try and steal or take away. Pretty tough to do so anyway in the Syndra Gragas. Hard for these Sin to get in there. And yeah, this is going to be a first Citadel, and honestly the first big lead. It feels like transitioning into the mid games. Like at this point in the last game as well, we were kind of, Citadel had a lead, but it felt like their comp was a little bit harder to execute later on. There was definitely scaling elements in the hands of Supernova. You called it out before that we got into this game, the Citadel, like the Syndra, the Gragas scaling is really nice, and looks like there's no play. Wait, Bradley, if I can call,
Okay,
no
they
flash.
might go.
He's dead.
Yeah, they're going to get the yellow card onto him here, so he will end up falling, and this has been a little
Big
bit of a
shutdown.
toughie. And CTG will end up getting the Atacon on the back of it, so it's not all sore, but that will be a big pick in the side lane for Supernova.
Shutdown, that's going to be bot outer turret falling for sure as well. So the Supernova going to get as much as they can for that Otacon being given over, which they opted to not contest, and we'll see if they can play into it, because I know Otacon, very powerful buff, a lot of experience now going over to Citadel. And Supernova, again, I think they got the most out of the back half of that play as they could. Definitely a mistake from Bradley looking to play that wave. Didn't have the right to and was punished. And now going from here, I mean, that game plan of, again, focusing Instinct to his no flash, no cleanse. I want to see if Supernova can rinse and repeat that before this dragon spawns.
That's the next kind of big conversation that comes up, because we've said how important those next 2 dragons were for Supernova, and they already failed the first check of it, and it's not going to get easier. I mean, Bradley is circling the drain of a Rabadon Death Cap, and on the Syndra, I'm sure getting close to those stacks as well. This is going to be the late game potential for Citadel Gaming.
I mean, whoever Cinder is going to press R on pretty much dies.
The outplay button.
Yeah, you pretty much die if there are 5, you got 5 Qs or 5 balls available. So, that's a nice scatter there.
Oh my god, look at that.
Yep.
Hits on a 2 of them. Blaze Olive's life is forfeit to the cause. Scary Jerry almost went down with him. But look at, I mean, the cooldown is literally already a quarterback. I mean, he will have it available in the next fight if they did choose to fight.
That's a good play from Bradley. I think a bit of a mistake from Blaze Olive and Supernova. Like, Hoarder's on the top side, so they feel like they had more control up here, which is why they're hovering this side. Okay, Hoarder gets the tower. But, again, that's 2 Mountain Dragons traded. And I already talked about this draft, just the lack of pen. Like, the lack of damage. I think that Citadel, getting these 2 just individual Drakes gives them so much more power in this game. Think of how much bigger the Trundle gets, or even the Gragas gets, from just these 2 individual Drakes being taken.
Oh, Dardock. Couple big whiffs from the Jungle King of Supernova. He does end up getting out, but Instinct's going to try to follow. Instinct goes in for the kill, does end up popping him, but Bradley having the power unleashed back up again. Such a short cooldown.
Phillips
They get the pillar. They get the slowdown on Breezy. Breezy going to be forced to flash. He has the heal coming up. Is it going to be enough? They chase him down. Scatter the weakness again. Citadel Gaming have finally shown up to the series. And game number 3 seems all their favor as they go back to the Baron.
Bradley's been incredibly on point this game with these scatters, as the Cinder pick really cashing in big. That's going to be Baron. I mean, a Blaze Olive, I don't see a world where he can really get in. He did swap over to Smite, but I think it's just going to be too late. Kai's is shredding it.
They're going to try to get side lane.
Yeah.
Diamond going to end up stopping his back, trying to get this push going in mid lane because they were trying to take the tier 2 here, but a big take from CTG. They do lose a little bit on the back end. Supernova will stay in reach of that gold differential, but it's still CTG now with 3 minutes on a Baron buff, and that's sure to explode.
So close to knocking down that mid inner too. Would just be a little bit more gold over Supernova. That could be nice. Jerry not able to get it though. As the team fights for Citadel, a little bit easier to execute for them for sure. Whereas Supernova really specializes in that single target lockdown and damage. Just hasn't been able to find it in the same way as they have in the last couple of games. But see if Citadel can snowball this one a little bit cleaner.
Oh.
As Bradley,
They know he doesn't have the scout of the week. Porter was actually maybe looking to go back through the portal there, but didn't get to it in time. Bradley
didn't
down,
even
but
get his
not
flash.
out. Yeah.
Like, that's big. I think the fact that Bradley again saved his flash so important as Syndra that you keep that Sunder spell for yourself. Continues to play with those pockets of vision, looking for the scatter.
I mean, it's just siege potential right now from
Yeah.
Bradley. He's just throwing it left and right. Philip has found a flank here. Gonna catch Breezy out, but he was now seen. Breezy trying to get away from it. Look how tanky this big boy is. He's tanking up so much, and now Cass comes through. They turn on to Kenvi, but
And he
it's
knows
not
how
going to be
to get-
quick enough. It's not fast enough. They get the kick back, and the rest of CTG are here. Kenvi tries to flash over the wall, tries to get away. Blaze Olive can't follow. Flash play. He doesn't get the kill. He gets Bradley instead. The shutdown goes to
go.
Scary Jerry. Hoarder still full health, trying to chase down the rest of CTG. There won't be much left for them to find, but that's a big pick in the moment.
I actually would have really liked if they tried to continue to the chase there. There is no inner turret, and Instinct, I think they could have really played off of TFR, which is up now. So if they go for the long chase, I think there was maybe a world where you could play to get more, or the flash like back off Instinct or try and play for him. But just one small mistake there from Citadel. Kenvi was just split with the team. He already used Subjugate in the initial skirmish to live, and no R for him, ends up going down. So good play back from Supernova. I mean, this Baron power play so far, it hasn't been Citadel knocking down any objectives, which is a bit surprising.
But we got an even more important contest coming up. It would be soul point for either side. A third Mountain Dragon in a row for the CTG roster. Gets them closer to a soul, but also just gives them so many damn stats. And you know that Supernova won a contest of that. We're on 3.5 items for Scary. We're on 3 items there for Blaze Olive. They've got to make this pick potential really unfold for them, or CTG is just going to start taking team fight after team fight. They're trying to find
An
it.
Instinct Splash. Okay. I mean, that's a decent condition taken away early on, but now they don't have that TFR for the Dragon itself. Good setup for Supernova. They're really trying to hold this terrain.
Okay, maybe they look for, I mean, this is a full 5-man stack from CTG in the mid lane. Hoarder looking for a little bit of an in onto Philip, who is Omega tanky, also has the Seekers. That's definitely going to come up in this next fight. Pick on a Breezy with the scatter of the week. It's not enough damage. Breezy gets away with the flash. Meanwhile, CTG feeling a little bit more confident to step up. Scary Jerry loses a giant quarter of his health. Just one ability from Bradley. They can't get split on this side of the death wall. They have to be careful. Bradley going for the scat of the week. Dardoch getting engaged on. Big Pop Blossom coming in too from Pop Blossom. Mr. Awesome Diamond. As they get 2, they get 3, maybe a little bit more in the back end. They split a little bit, but it's still going to be 3 strong, and the 3 that you need to take down the Dragon for Citadel Gaming.
3 strong for Citadel on the map, and 3 strong Mountain Dragons for them in their inventories. As I think that there is... Oh, that was really close. And I think if Kenvi actually pokes his head over the wall and drops the pillar, he definitely gets the flash out of Scary Jerry. But this is why, like, part of why I was so concerned about these Mountain Dragons coming in for Citadel. I just don't think Supernova's comp. They have enough damage, especially when you're going up against a triple Mountain Drake team now. Like, even before the soul comes in, just... there's like the comp for Citadel, they actually build resistances, whereas for Supernova they're very, very much delayed. Not to mention the pen being delayed. Like, this is the standard build for TF. There's not going to be a Void Staff coming in. You even want to go Death Cap last. It's probably going to have to be Void Staff this game or Cripple him for a Blaze Olive. But yeah, it's so tough to get through what Citadel has.
It is.
I think it was a poor Drake draw for Supernova, but again, one where if they get the 3rd and 4th for themselves, could have been really big, and we're able to cleanly execute this game, which...
They just keep getting split. Like, I saw it coming like a freight train, right? You have that death wall right there. You're going to have to go on both sides of it, and that immediately lends to Bradley being able to pick somebody out, and that has been the key factor. I think Bradley has really had a redemption game here in game number 3.
No Instinct is no flash, so again, Supernova, if they want to try and find a setup, that's going to be the look. Tidal Wave, sidestep.
Oh, Blaze Olive found an entrance. Scare Jerry able to free hit like this feels good, but then he gets instantly scattered the weak. The cast flash on the other side. That was beautifully played by Supernova. They get away from the pick potential of Philip. Now Blaze Olive with another yellow card, trying to get him. Between Worlds going to be popped. Porter looking for the engage, but he gets double scattered the weak back again. You can't approach this Citadel Gaming roster. It is the fortress that they built, the Fortress of Solitude, as they come in Game 3, knocking heads and knocking games. The CTG trying to fight over Scary Jerry. Scary Jerry gets picked in the end. Instinct almost goes down, but it's not nearly enough. Hoarder and Breezy trying to kite their way away. Bradley waiting for a scatter the weak here, but won't end up finding it. It is blood all over, but still another 3 members of CTG alive in this fight, and they might just go for the Baron.
The item advantage for Jerry nearly won them the fight. Instinct was so low in the back half, but just not quite enough gas in the tank from the Lucian to get through the Kaisa. That's critical. If Jerry trades himself for Kaisa, they can't do the Baron that they're doing right now. Is Redemption?
Not enough. Not enough. Close, but not going to be there. Baron goes over once again to CTG. Can they get more out of it this time than they did last time?
I mean, all they gotta do is just get the Mountain Soul, right? Like, I don't think that this game's even able to be throwable for Citadel if they pick up Mountain Soul. Like, you have to get Graham on the sticks to try and throw this one. I don't think that's doable. So, yeah, Citadel. I mean, this game felt like a bit of a hodgepodge from both teams, but I think the one consistent factor, consistent pillar, has actually just been the scatters of Bradley. Like, every scatter we've seen has just reset the fight, reset the terrain. It has been on point for Bradley. So, you highlighted good that he stepped up in this one. Still have to keep our eyes out though for TF and Blaze Olive hunting with these gold cards, because
bro, I'm not gonna lie, I think TF's fake. TF's fake.
Well, there are 3 Mountain Drakes in the pockets of Citadel, and a lot of that TF damage just.
The problem is, I don't think my decision has changed since the very beginning of the game. But maybe there's
That's
time.
true.
Maybe there's a moment.
It's MSI bias, Mazel.
Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's Maybelline. We'll have to find out. It is going to be Supernova looking on the back foot here, trying to figure out how they can defend against this Baron push from CTG. Oh my God! Breezy and Scary Jerry just get completely chunked. And this isn't even looking like Supernova have a chance. Blast Cone, traitorous Blast Cone coming through. And a double kill for Instinct, who's popping off on the Kaisa. Oh, Bradley! Was it worth it? The flex as he gets the kill, he ends up getting taken down in the end. The shutdown goes over with CTG have their eyes on the Nexus. They have their eyes on trying to get themselves into this series.
That's going to be a game. I think that this game, I mean, that third Dragon, Dardoch took a Sonic Wave that was a bit of Lee Syndrome, and Supernova could not afford to make those mistakes. They got outscaled, outplayed by Citadel. And Bradley, I know that he's the only one of the gray screen at the end, but those scatters really big in making sure the Citadel could keep alive in this lower bracket and go to a game 4.
Supernova pivoted away from what was working for them in the first 2 games in that scaling, that mid to late game decision making. They went away from that and they get punished hard for it. Citadel Gaming now gained that confidence from a team that I feel like thrives off of that sort of confidence into a series. This can be powerful.
It was Citadel. They needed that one. I think literally and figuratively. If you want to talk about mental as well. Again, I just think the biggest thing that I would build off of, if I'm Citadel for that, they played well as a squad. I feel like Nico, Diamond just gave them, okay, Pop Blossoms, you can play here. Bradley, the Syndra, the Scatters. Okay, guys, Scatter, this is my cooldown. This is where we're looking to play off of. Between that and also Kenvi and Bradley flipping the script on this mid-jungle duo, actually able to find an advantage with the Syndra plus Trundle was pretty big. And we didn't see Blaze Olive able to really get going and get through the game. So, yeah, Supernova, I still feel like they made good plays early. They had the ability with a lead to try and push that game, just made mistakes in pushing it forward. Those mistakes cannot be made against Citadel. They find the win.
And that means that our first best of 5 of Split 2 is going to go more than 3 games. We're going to the longest series of the split so far, and I could be more excited to see if Citadel have some more left in the tank. We'll see you after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Split 2 playoffs as we get a little bit further into this best of 5 as game number 3 goes the way of Citadel Gaming, and they try to even things up here going into game number 4 against Supernova. I'm Azelle, I'm joined by Cubby, and it was just consistently playing towards their win conditions, towards the style they drafted for by CTG.
Yeah, and I think a couple mistakes made by Supernova in terms of playing that one out. It's still a decently close game, but Citadel comp, they had the ability to pull the trigger with these pop blossoms and play off these scatters, and I just thought that they did so better. So not much else to say here. Jerry was really close to actually pumping through this fight. I think that if he hits Kenvi there, or Instinct before he hits Kenvi, it's a maybe. Bradley was waiting on some cooldowns, but not the case. And yeah, it was a bit of a flip script. And now we're going to get into some uncharted territory so far for NACL this year with the Game 4 Fearless.
At least a split 2, you know, we get the distance. But it really, I gotta say how, and I know it's not gonna happen again because you can't pick Syndra again, but it literally felt like Supernova could do nothing against the scatters. And that feels mega bad in those kinds of situations. But this is a Supernova that I don't expect to falter to that momentum. And I do want to see CTG use the momentum they've gained here and really try to crash into Supernova, because I'm sure Supernova are going to be on blue side, so you've got to have something cooked up for red side for CTG.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what the case is, frankly. Who's cooking what? As Supernova, you know, Hoarder, decent damage there. You know, we're farming off the Gragas a little bit early on, but that's okay. Meanwhile,
definitely farming.
Syndra can farm TF a little bit in lane, but I think a lot of that damage we saw and felt in the fights from Bradley, who was a big standout, needed to be in that last game, and definitely stepped up.
I gotta ask, does subbing the TF out to something else change that?
I thought TF was just
the answer. Okay.
Yeah, like the only other option is to pick a different top lane matchup into Gragas, but I actually thought Aurora into Gragas made some sense. So yeah. Well, and also Poppy, like, you're giving Trundle a really good target.
Yeah,
so
that's the biggest thing.
I think the gold card, like, if there's any way that you can control frontline and not play into Trundle, I actually thought TF was a decent answer, a decent attempt. So I don't want to change
down to
it.
execution.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of execution. A couple of fights, in a couple moments that Supernova were just kind of caught off guard and picked apart a bit by Citadel, and we'll see if they can stay strong and clean it up to clean the series up in 4.
And I gotta say, it's a breath of fresh air for Citadel Gaming. This is their first game win of the playoffs, and I think that's gonna feel really good for them after having a pretty decent streak towards the end of the regular season itself. But here now, trying to figure out what they can take moving forward, what they're gonna be grabbing from that red side, what kind of counter pick they're gonna be willing to give, or at least take. And especially now that we're getting down to those champ pools, what Supernova's answer is going to be? Do they go back to the style that worked in game 1 and 2, go for mid to late game champion scaling, and have those better decisions in those moments?
I don't know. We're gonna have to see. I think that's at least a good guess to throw out. I also think that the side swap, we haven't seen it in a couple games here, Lennon. Definitely going to force some of the bans to be changed. So far this series, we have had Maokai and Azir banned by both teams on red side every game. So gonna have to see if that continues. As Azir taken off the board there, and I think we're gonna see Maokai continue to stay banned. But with Trundle off the board, like we're looking at a game 4 Xin Zhao now for Dardoch being first picked. I think Poppy ban definitely sets that up quite a bit.
There's a lot of bans here that could be the focus for Citadel.
So, you want to give Xin? Do you want to give Poppy? I could argue with Maokai. A lot of the good pairings are actually like gone from mid lane potentially. Okay. With Yone off the board already. So I would rather ban Xin Zhao. I think giving first pick Maokai, there are more ways to play into it. And yeah, they're actually gonna leave up both. So Maokai or Xin Zhao here. Junglers both get their pick of whatever they want. Could easily see a Maokai Ivern game too, if that ends up being the first pick.
There's a Bower pick still up, man. The Rel actually comes through first pick for Supernova. So giving Breezy a cold comfort there too.
Nautilus still available for Diamond if he wants to answer with the engages. So that we'll see when that makes an emergence. But at least with Rel, you were able to play off of kind of all the above okay. Rel Ivern I think is a really good combo because you use the brushes to hide Rel. Because of course, like whenever you have the flash power play, it's a big play. Oh wow, we're gonna Yeah, some really different priorities coming in as we get into the later stages of Fearless. Sivir definitely have an ability to buff up the rest of the team here for Citadel. So I like Xin Zhao paired up with this a little bit more than a Maokai, if I'm going to be honest.
I can appreciate that. We're going to start seeing some of these bans that have been constant throughout the early parts of the series come through, as the Gnar actually makes it through as the second pick for Citadel.
See what kind of answer Hoarder wants up there. Sivir plus, that helps the Gnar again. Now, if I'm Supernova, is there a way I can make it this game where Sivir has a tough time auto-attacking? Yeah. So that's always, for me, kind of the blanket thematic answer into Sivir. That, or, okay, could also play for some side laning. We're going to have Yorick in the Gnar in the top lane.
Lock in the Mundo.
No, it's not going to be blind.
I know. I just want, okay, Cubby, just give me my moment. I just want it so
It's
bad.
the answer into Maokai.
The Xin Zhao making it through to a game 4 is actually wild to me, though. And it does
making it through to this point in draft is
yeah.
wild to me. I thought for sure we'd see that slammed.
Even though it did get some nerfs, like you mentioned earlier, I still think it's so. The kit is just base strong, and we'll see what the answer is going to be with the final pick of the first phase for Citadel here.
And you guarantee Sundered Sky abuse with Xin Zhao too.
Yeah.
So that's always nice early game. And wow, after
This was
all the
banned away,
Maokai,
too.
yeah, all the Maokai priority that we had, it's going to be that blind victor for Bradley. So a lot of mid laners are off the board. I will say that we'll see if Hui gets banned, because I think that's like the last bad matchup that's up for Victor. As we have no Orianna, which in isolation Victor can win, but with help, Orianna with the Shockwave can make a lot of plays into, and then Syndra as well, decent option to Victor. You can reach for the scatter and also have a lot of scaling. Hui is a tough matchup, so curious if we see that taken off the board, because I could see some value for Hui here. Yeah, it's good ban.
It is the jungle focus for Supernova, and they take away the Skarner, which I think is a great call here with the Wombo combos that are available to Citadel Gaming side of things. But who else do you focus if Kenby's champion? Because I feel like this guy's got a deep pool itself.
Nautilus ban is just kind of worth it here.
Okay.
If you want to take
Goes
that
towards
away.
Diamond.
Yeah, like that's one of the last big engaged supports that's up.
The Bard.
Okay, a Bard makes Rel's life kind of hard, so I think Bard ban is fine. Especially if you are considering playing it in Game 5, and that's probably a red side pick.
As look at that scaling that's coming through already for Citadel Gaming, though. I definitely like that they've kind of turned into that style of things with their drafts, at least over this game and last game. The Karma is also going to be locked down. I know that's something we talked about at the beginning of the day, but still looking for what Scary Jerry is willing to take into the Sivir matchup.
Unironically, Twitch is, I think, playable. I'm going to go out and say it. I think Twitch,
Nah, going to stick to the tried and true.
Play some Twitch.
I was down for it. I was here for
Twitch
it.
in the Sivir's not bad. You completely outrange her, and it's hard to react with spell shields. But no, probably not going to see
the
Twitch
Silas,
ever,
okay.
sadly. All right, going to be Jhin, Silas, so definitely playmaking potential into Bradley. I think that Supernova really have to get off to the races this game, and I am a little bit concerned about a full melee comp into Sivir Karma, because the amount of move speed that you can throw out, it's big. Now, Kenby going to need to take a little bit of lockdown here and doesn't want to pick Maokai anymore, because he sees Silas on his screen, so...
It's Piggy time!
Yeah, it's Piggy time. I think it is the right game for Piggy. Just play with Sivir, play with Karma, do your best. You don't really have melees to stack up and stack off of, but at least you can be that malleable jungler and try and get your solo lanes and your Sivir to the later stages. So I think, again, an early game, very important here for Supernova. Thematically, I'm concerned about their comp into Sivir Karma later on. But if they can get the Death Ball going, it's going to be tough for Citadel to slow down.
Yeah. From ahead, it always looks good, especially with this comp. But I also want to go back to the kind of conversation we started at the beginning of the day with how these teams have been playing, and that Supernova had typically just been out to a massive lead, and we had started questioning what happens when they play from behind. I think we got to see a little bit of that in that game number 3. You're wondering if that's starting to bubble back up, if the slouch that we saw from Supernova is starting to rear its head again. And Citadel Gaming trying to adapt their style in this series and trying to adapt the style they bring to the draft, I think is pretty solid. Right now, like you said, taking these kind of low-range champions into this comp is going to be hard, but also playing into this Victor is going to be near impossible once the game continues to go on at least a little bit further on.
But look, I mean, Sivir, like, I always talk about in Sivir games, like, can I auto-attack? Can I auto-attack? I think it's important that a Blaze Olive is able to get Gnarl. That is the big ult for Sylas this game that make it hard for Sivir to play an auto-attack. It has to be the dog pile and the death ball from Supernova to really take the Sivir out of the game. And if not, I mean, Sivir, if she's able to auto in these fights, it's a lot of melees to bounce those ricochets off her. And I think the ability to maneuver the fight with the Karma, Victor Stows, Sejuani in our front line, I view it as playable for Citadel. So early game, a lot of emphasis for me on the Supernova in that early game. You know, can you make sure that things are clean and off to good starts here? Because if not, I do like where Citadel's at.
Yeah. I think, you know, seeing Supernova opt into a pink comp kind of twice in a row and the first time not going so well, we'll see if they can make good on that one. If you want to get in on the conversation, though, make sure you go ahead and vote in chat who you think is going to win. We saw Supernova come out to a blazing 2-0 start. Does the reverse sweep happen now? Can Citadel bring it all the way back and get us to that sweet, sweet Silver Scrapes? Get yourself into that vote right now, because both comps, I mean, we're seeing what worked, at least, and what didn't work for both sides, but a lot of that last game, like you had mentioned, kind of came down to that execution of Supernova, so maybe feeling a little bit more confident to take this one forward now into Game 4.
Yeah, well, gotta say, I think that Game 5, well, I will know if it's likely, I think, pretty early in this one. It's like,
Okay.
if it's not a big lead at the 20-minute mark, the ability for Citadel to delete waves with Sivir Victor and scale, it's very high. So for me, it's just all about this early game for Supernova. Are you able to get positive plays for yourself early on, get off to the races, and really make life difficult for Victor Sivir that need to play slow, need to delete waves, and need to get their stacks going, in the Victor's right at least. So yeah, definitely something to look out for.
That's the big conversation that's going to be happening. I think we can continuously look back to the jungle influence in both, or at least sides of things between the teams, and especially the way that it's kind of influenced that early game. A lot of the reason maybe why you're saying, you know, we'll know in like the first 20 minutes or so, yeah. But it really has been the kind of undercurrent here. Who's getting that kind of skirmishing potential from the jungle and the help from the lanes?
Ooh, let's see. If I had to say this game, I think that you would like to make sure that Sivir Karma are more of a neutralizing lane. Whereas Jhin Rel, like, you can play with a shield break, and I think that Rel has a few angles early on where you can really look to pressure and kill Sivir. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. Definitely, I think in terms of jungle interaction, if I'm Citadel and I'm Kenby, I'm just making sure that my map's stable. My solo lanes need to be able to play this game out well. That means that if I'm dropping camps just to hover, that's okay. My solo lanes are Gnar, Victor, Sivir. They will cash in later on. Whereas Dardoch, we're going to make plays to break the map, get kills, and get things going.
Well, we're getting into game number 4. Again, the stakes have not changed for Citadel Gaming. They need every win they can get. They just got their first one of Split 2 playoffs. With that goal of getting to the LTA North Promotion Series, that's a far cry from here, but they've got to take every step forward. Can Supernova defy gravity and make it back into this one, get this series closed with Citadel, bring us to 5?
Well, very different drafts in this one, Mizell. Definitely something that's, I think you identified early on as kind of a common theme, right? Like, you were kind of asking in the break or the next game, like, hey, like, why did Supernova really stray away from this identity we saw from them that was so good in the first 2 games? Kind of having that late game insurance policy with the scaling. Definitely.
They dominated with that. And it's just like that worked so well.
They did.
Okay, I don't know.
This could be a nice bait. This could be a very nice
that's
bait.
an Omega bait. Oh, Diamond sidesteps him though, and he gets out with the flash. So you'll take that over a death. And Breezy also burned his flash too.
I think worth overall, like, you trade up a some, but the impressive escape from Diamond, quite frankly. He will be very late to land, though.
They're feeling themselves. Dude, this team feeds
he stays,
off
momentum.
momentum.
He's sticking around. Okay. I think Diamond does have to stick around here, but he's going to lose out on 1 potion. And it will be Xin Zhao.
The biggest difference.
Going bot to top and Sejuani going towards this bot lane. So I think important that Sivir Karma, the most stable early on, and Kenvi going to be making his way down bot.
And stopping off talking about the lanes a little bit, I mean, I think Blaze Olive and Bradley will be a centerpiece to kind of conversate about as we move forward. But Horner and Phillip, I mean, this is a matchup you used to see Gnar taken into Yorick, I feel like, a lot of times when Yorick first made his big mark this year. Interesting they opted into this one.
Yeah, I think that this is fine for Yorick. Like, you get to pressure Gnar inside later on. There just comes this, like, push and pull with Gnar. Like, a lot of his matchups, you can win the 1v1 in Mini, but you can't win it in Mega. And then can you stay in Mini long enough to, like, even warrant the, the threat? This is one of them for sure. We're going to have bot prio here for Supernova. They're going to use this to actually pressure Kenvi in the jungle. I don't know if he's aware of this one quite yet. But will be a blue buff start here for Dardoch.
Yeah, they did have the information that he was going to be pathing down towards bot and that he would be a little bit later on it. So they swoop in. They end up taking away the blue buff. There's not really going to be an answer for Kenvi at the moment.
Yeah,
oh, I think they know.
Well,
so he went and checked the wolves, and now he knows.
It's Dardoch's still fine. There's no way that they can break this, as he will return to the rest of his camps. I don't think he's going to get in there to impact Kenvi. Oh, actually, he might stay for the crab. He's going to see if Bradley walks down, and then we'll see if he pressures the crab from here. So
this is tough from Bradley. Going to get the combo used on him here. The flash is going to be needed to get used to get out, and he will get away over the fat wall, trying to get back over to his team's side of the map.
That gravity field stun came in really early against the Blaze Olive. Like, is that just me, or?
I think it felt about normal.
Oh, it felt early to me. I was wondering if he got on the other side with a W. Sometimes that W you can actually move
The circle
around
isn't exactly a circle, as we all know.
Yeah, well, we are zoomed out a little bit more than the players. That I thought he snuck out of that. I was surprised that he got stunned, because that means that, like, it's a flash for flash trade and nothing too critical.
Oh, Hoarder has TP'd on bot side. 3v3, but it's the top laner coming into the fight. Breezy coming over the wall has been sent. Diamond's about to be chomped down. First blood for Supernova. Meanwhile, Breezy trying to make it away. Gets the crash out on the other side. Kenvi can't get him. Breezy survives by the skin of his teeth, and now a 4th shot from Scary Jerry will seal Kenvi's fate. That number 4 is looking real damn good.
Blaze Olive TP's top to catch the wave that Hoarder ditched. Scary Jerry should be able to go mid to pick up the rest. What a rotation and use of TPs from Supernova as Hoarder sees the play. Again, Diamond, no sum, so he's down. Kenvi, I mean, it's just the flip from Breezy, and he walks out. It's a poorly placed W from Kenvi, as Breezy able to walk down the wall, and then Kenvi just gets ran down by the Orc and his ghouls. What a play. What a read from Hoarder to TP down bot there and make that one happen. That was so good from him.
Really, really good heads-up play, and it just feels like Supernova had said, I'm done messing around. And if you're done messing around in your solo queue games, go get some coaching from prodiff.gg. Go scan that QR code, get some one-on-one coaching from pros in the LTA North, NACL, and the RLs.
Yeah, as we've said, 4 players in today's games you can find on prodiff.gg. So definitely head on over there. I think it's a good opportunity to make sure that you're getting advice from the people that get paid to do it professionally. So definitely something to check out, and shout out to them for supporting us all split. As we turn to this game, Dragon has spawned. Our bot lanes have found their way top after the rotation. We'll say after the back of that play, as everything shakes out, it's just an early lead here for Scary Jerry. CS-wise, Porter's down a bit.
I mean, Diamond still has the flash. He can outdo this on Scary Jerry. The flash can be played by Scary Jerry, though, to try to get out. That's a bit tough. You're going to lose a lot of presence on this top side. It will end up not meaning too much. Supernova are here to try to respond. Scary Jerry going to stick around and bait it. Scary Jerry must have just gone fishing in the last couple weeks, because he is baiting CTG so hard today. Diamond takes the bait, hook, line, and sinker. And that's a big old bass. They're cleaning up here. They're trying to give it to Scary Jerry. Is it? Oh, it's going to be given to Dardoch in the end.
Still, really positive play, and you can see on the flip side, Hoarder, he has the Mistress down, going to get stunned up here, but Philip, I don't know if he can follow up. Hoarder's down a little bit in this matchup off the TP, but like think about the overarching trend of this game. Hoarder's kind of like that late game, okay, we can stretch a lane and then go from there, but we put so much emphasis on can Supernova get the ball rolling, because you have to beat Victor Sivir before Time and their champions beat you. Even if he's behind in this matchup, it's because of the TP play, which is such a positive for the team overall. So I still think this is a very worth the start.
And this is coming from the young gun.
Exactly. And like he'll bounce back into this game and this matchup on the York. Like,
Double Chaos Storm. Oh my god, I don't think a plays all. I wanted that one, but he does indeed get the trade. So Chaos Storms will claim both of their lives as it should. And the 2v2 resumes in mid lane. Dardoch and Breezy kind of push that wave in here. The root should connect and can be coming over. He has Glacial Prison. It's going to be full used on a Breezy, and that will not be enough from Dardoch to save his life. He might just die too, as he barely gets out. The Crescent Guard bought so much time there, but they get full pushed into the wave in the mid lane. Scary Jerry's going to try to come over and push it back.
I think off this reset, though, like after that Citadel, they have to base. So that's a really positive play for them, but this is where Supernova has to get a neutral objective. Again, you lost out on that play, but just given the death timers and then the backs, Supernova can retake the map first. So yes, positive play for Citadel, but like this is where Supernova, they have to be disciplined and try and get something after this. So we'd love to see Dardoch sneak on over to that Dragon as he's on the bot side. He's prioritizing clearing all of his camps first, though. I wonder if there's a world where he can just take the red buff and then go straight to the Dragon instead of clearing out all three. Because now we're at a time where like the resets came in and you lost out on the window where you would be on the map first to Supernova. Because the retake's coming in now for Citadel. If it's just a red buff and the Dragon take, I think they could have maybe sniped this one away before Citadel got all the way back. But not the case. Dardoch finishes his clear, he bases, and we'll see where he goes from here. Because he has a lot more strength in his inventory right now as Kenvi is yet to reset.
Curious what the first item spikes really do for these comps, if that's going to be the enabler that Supernova are kind of waiting for. The grubs are up and available, have been for a while. This might be the latest grub start that we've seen so far. Will be right now Supernova sneaking it away for the Dragon trade of CTG.
Okay. I think this is okay for Citadel. It kind of buys themselves 5 minutes later on, even though Supernova probably get the priority objective here in the Void Grubs. But Citadel don't want to fight right now. They want to buy time. Keep on getting items on some of these big carries.
But they have to hit the sweet spot. We said it from draft. Like, you can't just wait forever. You have to know that, like, the 2-3 item spike is that sweet spot.
Yeah, they had no choice there. This is
for sure.
the right call for sure. So I think it's a good highlight, though, Marcel. They do have to still find a way to hit that sweet spot and see if they can do so.
Ooh, he steals away a little bit more. He's been cheekily stealing away a couple of camps here or there. Kenvi has been able to respond a lot on the other side of things, though. Pretty dead even there. Do expect, though, for the full clear to continue coming out from Dardoch. And again, this guy has been such a pillar for this team, for Supernova, but as well as multiple teams making runs, I feel like, in Tier 2, Tier 3 more so. And I think now more than ever, he's trying to get the best of old pal Kenvi after replacing him here on Supernova.
Yeah, get the best of, honestly, kind of the old guard, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Diamond has been a top player of NACL for so long, just on teams that were always competitive. Last time Diamond was in NACL, I mean, he was in finals. Thinking back to the 24 spring, before he got promoted. Or 23 spring, even.
Yeah.
Yeah, before things went really, really awkward and sideways. That was in the old NACL. Was with Supernova last summer, of course, which they came up short. But still, him and Kenvi trying to take down their old org and send Supernova. I mean, take away their choice of promotion, which would be critical. Supernova was a team that, again, we said would We expected to be a favorite to be in that LTA promotion tournament.
This is a team that was built for it, right? Like they literally, that is the goal.
Definitely taking this route, not exactly the goal, but hey.
That's for sure.
The journey is the journey, you know, what matters is the destination. And
That's not how the saying goes, Covey.
yeah, but it's what matters for this, all right?
I like it. I like it. We just got to change it to adapt our narrative.
Ah,
That's fine.
that's our whole job in a nutshell. You know?
It really is. Speaking of, though, I mean, you have to keep in mind the fact that this is the potential last series for either side. A lot of weight on the shoulders of all 10 players here. Their orgs' hopes, the fans, their own hopes to try to make it to that big stage here. The biggest split of NACL in its history. Yes, we had Academy. Yes, we had those promos, relegations. This is the NACL history I'm talking about, and you don't want to be left out of the party.
Well, at the moment, Citadel, you know, I think that their game plan for this was to arrive at the party casually late with the comp they've drafted.
Fashionably late, easy.
Fashionably late. 8:01 p.m., of course. But at the moment, I mean, looking at some of the items, first items are pretty even in terms of completion. It's actually Citadel ahead with the Moonstone already completed for Diamond. And Moonstone, definitely an item I've been clamoring for. I really feel like some of these Enchantress supports, like, if you're able to get this item completed and kind of move from there, Moonstone brings a lot of soft hidden power to later fights that we'll see if they can make the most of. Because now, like, in the long fights, if Moonstone is able to work overtime, that can be a big game changer. And definitely interested to see, you know, with Scary Jerry and this Jhin build, Mazel, if he ends up going for a Serpent's Fang at any point, just to try and decrease some of the shielding that Karma and, I mean, even Victor can do with his Qs too. So I think that's a pretty good item and definitely one to look out for to see if he fits that into his build this game.
I really hope to see an IE come through quick. I guess sooner rather than later for Scary Jerry, but we'll see what he ends up wanting to go for. There's a couple different options he could go towards. See if he wants to go more of the utility style. It's 40 seconds till that next dragon. Will be another mark in favor of CTG if they can get it. Go 2 up in the dragon score. It is going to be an infernal dragon, so pretty good worth for a singular dragon. But you already see Supernova trying to position some vision ahead of time.
And I really interested to see like what the game plan is here for Hoarder. Because I'm just wondering if he doesn't have a TP yet. I wonder if they really want him in this fight or if they're going to play for him to maybe pick up some econ.
Kendu was kind of looking for it there. He's going to end up finding too much.
Yeah, he's planning to cut him off here. Going to be the start for Citadel.
Okay. See this setup though, it's already down pretty decent amount. See if we could get our first true 50-50 here.
Hoarder spotted here. Philip's going to have Mega.
He will have Mega. He's going to walk straight into it. Goes into Hoarder. The fight's kicked off now. Supernova trying to rejoin. It's going to be a little bit of a desperate play for CTG to get back into this fight. That's the Chaos Storm already utilized by Bradley. Maiden's going to be summoned, and Supernova all of a sudden have the forward hand here in the dragon fight.
I want to see how... I don't like how Hoarder microed the Maiden. Okay, he's going to pull it back now. He really wants access to the wave because every Q he deals
Oh, the
with
flash play! The combo! They get the nice combo for Supernova, but now they're getting picked. Breezy goes down first. They don't have enough damage to follow through. CTG make it out alive for the moment. The double knockup instinct is going to flash away. They don't follow through on the damage. Scary Jerry sitting there with his fourth shot. He wants it so bad. Bradley gets chased down by a Blaze Olive. He gets him in the end. Deadly Flourish is going to hit. Scary Jerry's looking to clean house here. Look at the Jhin go. He just needs to pick his targets. Fourth shot, the charm. Dancing grenade. Is it enough? No. They do get the picks though. In the end, it's Supernova. Ends up cleaning house over CTG. 3 down for 1.
I'm really glad that a Blaze Olive decided to continue that play because they were so low. I was concerned because I thought he got caught out by Bradley in the gravity field. It was going to really go haywire because this is a great execute on the Bradley, but he's able to sneak out thanks to the Crescent Guard and the shield from Karma. And then Instinct gets low. Supernova continues to push. Like, this is all really good from them. They're kind of winning out in the fight, the skirmish. And yeah, like this back half, I mean, a Blaze Olive flashing over, it got a little bit goofy, ends up finding it here, and then the rest of this fight, again, Instinct just not really able to auto, he's too low. He gets picked off, and it felt like the lead from the small lead that Supernova had going into that fight really drove it home for them.
Oh, Phil can pick now Meganar into the wall, the double CC combo. Will he get Meganar back, though? He misses the wallop. Does have Diamond coming over the way. It is not going to be a play. They do end up getting his ult, though. They'll go straight to the Rift Herald afterward.
That Skand Abduct wasn't buffered there on the Meganar. If that lands, then maybe he's able to pick that up and keep on following up with the play. Not the case, though. Still, that's going to be enough good stuff for Supernova to make sure that Shelly goes over to them. And also taking out this top outer. I will say feats were secured by Supernova off that Dragon as well. Because they got, or they already had it. But I think this trade of gold is fine. They pretty much just trade up. Like it's turret for turret with a Shelly.
That's the biggest thing, is there's a lot of standing gold left on the map for Supernova. And this 2,000 gold lead is exactly where we wanted them to be coming out of draft, right? We said they needed a lead against this composition because from a lead, their compositional strength really are enabled. But if they are behind, CTG's kind of team fight strength will come to a head here. If they can kind of stave ahead of that. It's the wall coming up behind them. They need to keep running forward. At least Scary Jerry's gotten a little bit of gold now. Looks like he is going to be going for the RFC second, so try to get some of that range going for the comp. And you will have Bradley getting closer and closer to his second item too.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta start thinking about like the break point though of when you can fight, because I think that we're in a real trough here until it's 3 items on Sivir for Citadel. It really has to just be buy time until then. So that's I'm a little bit concerned about that. See how many plays a Blaze Olive is able to make here.
I was wondering if they were going to try to make something happen. That side lane, not going to be the case here. Still about 2.5 minutes for that dragon to come up, and we'll be the first of the mountain dragons here to try to take a forward step in this soul acquisition. I do wonder, is this just a play where Dardoch holds the Rift Herald until the dragon starts up and just get that kind of distraction Carnifex style that we've seen time and time again?
I think honestly any chance that you have to take mid outer, I would take if I'm Supernova. It's pretty tough to break that in the Sivir Victor. So like if there's a better wave to drop it on, like I would argue that you just drop it here to take the turret. If they did see the Sivir basing, like I think that that's higher value. Instead, it's going to be Diamond kind of spotting out the trap being laid here for Kenby.
They're feeling strong right now, though. You can tell Supernova are opting into their comp style. They're going to try to contest over this blue. Dardoch might be wanting to back out now as CTG coming over to collapse. Bradley can be a scary member to deal with here. But need to be a little careful now that Supernova are bringing full bodies over this side of the map. The blue buff does go the way of CTG, though, in the end. Rift Herald playing mid lane ahead of the Dragon.
See if it actually nets the turret again. I don't... Can be a little bit tricky. They got good damage down, but just the wave clear between Sivir Victor, I mean, whoever they put mid, it's really tough to get to a point where you can pressure that turret. So, at least they got a good chunk and maintain control. This is the last chance for resets here. As Citadel going to take theirs in full. There isn't IE completed for the Sivir. I just don't think it's enough. Like, there's not enough attack speed for Instinct, I think, to really make a difference still for the upcoming fight. So if I'm Citadel, I mean, I'd almost play, like, after... You got to find a wave or two where you might be able to sneak Instinct up or just get away from here. Like, this is a world where if Otacon was top, I'd put Instinct top and play for that top outer turret and just completely sack the dragon. But because it's bot, all the focus still has to be down here, and that's just going to benefit the team that's stronger right now, and that's Supernova.
Leaning into their strengths, leaning into something they've been trying to pull off the last 2 games. Didn't work out for them in game number 3, and that's why we find ourselves here. Supernova, the first seed coming into the playoffs. finding themselves in this lower bracket run, and that's going to be a use from a Blaze Olive on the Glacial Prison. They still end up finding a big pick. There's the crash down, the Magnet Storm keeping everybody in tight, and the Deadly Flourish plus the Curtain Call combo. Scary Jerry's looking for another Dancing Grenade, but they've already found 2 members of CTG. Kenby not going to get engaged on in the end. The Maiden's there as well, doing some damage in the end. Dardoch trying to find his angle. Looks like Supernova are going to go back to the Dragon after taking this outer turret.
Yeah, and again, I just don't think this is ever a fight that Supernova can take, especially if it starts with Bradley losing his Seekers and getting isolated like that, so both carries fall. Oh, but in a split call here, Hoarder's going to start the Dragon. They're going to try and do both at once?
It's a little bit finicky.
Yeah, I'd give I'd pick one. I'd pick one.
With a heads-up call by Supernova. Don't know if they'll be able to stick around for the Dragon after. Kenby not going to go in for the steal. TP play is going to be played by Bradley. The back initiative, the Dragon startup. I don't think Supernova need to stick around for this one, but maybe want to go for a 50-50. The smite is coming up from Dardoch.
Okay, so I mean, I guess
they're going to leave it.
Yeah, I was a little bit curious with that one. Whether or not they'd fight. Again, giving away a Mountain Dragon can be scary, especially when you're a lower damage composition where pen is not the priority. But you got Otacon. That's the most OP objective in the game, let's be honest.
Oh, big wallop combo from Philip there. Crescent Guard comes out from Dardoch to try to separate it.
Watch Blaze Olive.
Just getting ran down. Blaze Olive finds the flank, finds the instinct, and he gets the kill on it. As now you get that big combo coming in, and Hoarder has been left on top lane this entire time. CTG are going to get a kill back,
Dardoch
but
can win
Dardoch
this.
is using this Sundered Sky combo. He's using this damage, and Scary Jerry's coming over. Does miss the Deadly Flourish. Kenby's going to flash away at least. CTG going to get opened up on, and it's just a theatrical display from Scary Jerry, making his name known here, and Supernova will go full super as Diamond's getting ran down. Hoarder has nobody responding to him in the top lane, and the Deadly Flourish comes through for a triple kill for Scary Jerry.
He's going to hit a Nexus turret too. That's a demolish. I think he gets this. What else can a Hoarder take? I mean, Philip was about to spawn. That gets him out of there, but Hoarder is laying waste to the base of Citadel while Scary Jerry cleans up, and just like that, game cracked open in Supernova's favor with a 6k gold lead as Hoarder takes everything while Supernova just wins out into the fight thanks to a very, very good fight from both Dardoch and a Blaze Olive. I know it's a triple kill for Jerry. He did a good job of cleaning up. That was all the chaos created by ABO and Dardoch that opened that play up for him.
And we asked for a lead at 20 minutes for the Supernova roster, and they have it in twofold. Almost 6,000 gold up over CTG, and the comp is just enabled because of that.
Yeah, moving forward, I'm just curious to see what ends up happening here. Because I don't know how Citadel can play their way back in.
Now you got to get a little bit of thought on how CTG can maneuver the map. That's the most integral part now, is to, you know, continue thinking about what the Dragon stack is going to look like, the Mountain Soul for them. They are 2 dragons up now, and they might find a little play on a Breezy. But these combos are so hard to get off. They need time. They need items. They need that 3-item spike. And it's nowhere near at that point right now for CTG.
Yeah, I think that Victor needs like 2 more items. Especially with the Ruby Crystal, he's not going for Void or Deathcap with that. So it's probably a Leandri's, and the map is just not Citadel's at all. They're going to get 3 gold top, but it's a Baron start coming in, and yeah, concern continues.
Okay. Well, let's see if they can kind of whittle this one down enough. Kenby, maybe another true 50-50 moment for him. Trying to get over the wall here. The Baron steal would do huge. Oh, it goes away to Dardoch. The old man still got it. He's going straight back in. Kenby has been taken down. And the memories of his time on Supernova coming back to haunt him now as Supernova take full control of game number 4.
And man, Supernova, I mean, from here, it just feels like the map's gonna be theirs. I don't see how Citadel can put up a base defense. Again, this comp, it really felt like Kenby Philip had to kind of act to this pseudo front line. It just hasn't been able to get off the ground and get running. Supernova, they needed to play this game well from start to finish to shut down the scaling. They've done just that. As opening up's going to push him off this last turret.
Okay, they get the
Bradley
Templar
caught.
Flares too. He goes golden. He's trying to buy time, but it's not going to be time that can buy his life either. Philip gets a big Meganar ulti, but they're not losing anybody. They're not losing anything. It's Supernova. It was sitting there in the sky. It was growing in
Triple in
strength.
hand.
It dimmed for a moment, but it will go full Supernova as they completely demolish Citadel's walls. The final Nexus turret is gone. Dardoch wants the last piece of the puzzle here on the Kenby, and Scary Jerry has gone legendary. As the final kills come in, the Nexus is laid bare, and Supernova will strike Citadel from the record and eliminate them from the NACL 2025.
Yeah, just wild to think how quickly that game ended. Supernova, the team that we had that was the favorite really for this series, finding that 3-1 just when it felt like Citadel was getting a foothold back into this one, it wasn't able to work out for Citadel. Supernova cleaned things up.
Supernova living up to some of that strength that we saw them bear in that regular season. They only lost 2 games. It is seriously a kind of shock to even find them in this lower bracket. Those first 2 games, it delivered a lot of what we wanted to see from Supernova. That game 3 gave us pause, gave us a moment of, oh, Citadel finding something back into it. But unfortunately, it is Supernova that comes back, dominant fashion. Game number 4, they knew what they needed to do. They knew they needed to lead early, and they take the series 3-1. It did get the extra game. We did go the furthest we've gone in playoffs because it is a best of 5, but Supernova remain dominant. I do believe I have Cubby coming back with me here soon.
It's a good thing that at least my voice is able to come through.
Cubby.
Yeah, we'll see if we're able to patch this one up, because I know we have an interview coming up afterwards too. So excited to sit down and talk with Supernova on their victory. But definitely a big one for Supernova because game 1, or I should say week 1 of playoffs didn't go the way that they wanted to as one of the favorites that we have to make it to that LTA promotion tournament. So for them to go back to the drawing board and I'd say really put together 3 solid maps. I mean, even the 4th game that the 3rd game that they lost, I should say, I still feel like they had ways to win that one or play it out. So I do think that Supernova, that loss, I mean, that's an expensive life to use, but at least they were able to use the bonus time they had to go put up better games on the Rift. They built a lot more confidence with me today in their play.
I think you can take a look at many members on the squad and give them some good ups, but get your votes in for MVP here. Hoarder, Blaze Olive, Dardoch. I think, you know, even with the likes of Scary Jerry having those moments as well, but Breezy having some incredible game 1, game 2s. It's a little bit difficult to decide for sure, but make sure you get your votes in there. As you know, I maybe have a little bit of a bias. As you know, the Jhin comes out, I believe maybe killed at the very end, but unkilled for a majority of that game, and able to clean up on a ton of the fights that were happening. But I don't know. Who do you feel like, Mr. Cubby?
Ooh, for the series?
Yeah, for
MVP?
the series.
I mean, Hoarder, I felt like was the big difference maker for game 1 and 3.
That
like
TP play,
TP play from York was big. He was really big on the Gwen. I don't know if he. This is kind of a tough pick. Like, I feel like it was a team win for me. And personally, I probably would have had Breezy on the list for how he played in games 1 and 3 specifically. So, that said, still, I think a team effort victory by Supernova, definitely a big one that they can take home. I know that I thought even Jerry had a really nice series too. That Lucian game was close to being victorious. So, positives that hopefully they can build upon.
So I gotta ask the question then: is Supernova back? Are they back more than ever?
We're gonna hope so for Supernova. They have to be back. No more mistakes. And I think that this lower bracket, it's really made to have that early meeting for Dark Zero and Supernova, 2 of the big favorites that we had to actually find their spot into the promotion tournament. They're gonna have a toe-to-toe very early on.
Yeah, for sure. And we take a look back down memory lane of this last game. It was some good attempts from CTG, but this flank from a Blaze Olive was lethal and just being able to kind of pick apart the fight. CTG, they had that strong team fight effort. They had that strong team fight comp. We kept trying to say, they need items, they need time, but the clock was ticking, and Supernova knew it. And they went ahead and wound that one up. Some really good final calls, some really good final team fights from Supernova. And again, they are feeling like the final boss in that lower bracket run. And I do wonder.
Yeah, I mean, it's them or Dark Zero, right? Like it really feels like it's one of those two teams that is going to be the team that is at least is the favorite to emerge from the lower bracket, and definitely, it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. To see if both of those teams can earn that matchup between each other in the lower bracket, but also could easily see Dark Zero just have a huge performance tomorrow. That could, build some confidence for them moving forward too, just like what we're talking about with Supernova now.
That's a lot. I mean, I think, Tier 2 obviously does have a lot of stakes in trying to find that consistency here in that latter half. And a little bit of a chip on the shoulder of Supernova, obviously, not having that second life. They have to know that moving forward. And I think that's where it's really interesting, where we got to hear from Breezy earlier through your questions with him, and kind of hear some of that confidence in what they've been working on, what they're trying to work through here to make that push. And I think Supernova fans are going to be very happy to have this kind of performance. And moving forward in that lower bracket, what they can possibly do. It's just me still. Cubby still has abandoned me. He doesn't like me. He doesn't like us. He doesn't like our interviewer that we're going to be, our interviewee that we're going to be talking to soon. But hopefully we get Cubby back soon. But that was an incredible performance from Supernova. I do really appreciate that Citadel Gaming were able to give us a good fight in that game number 3. I'm glad we got to see some of the comfort picks, some of the niche picks come through for them as well. Again, you have to remember, this was the only game they had won in the playoffs. It feels good to finally see this team win that was on a little bit of a come up towards the end of the regular season there itself. So this is the time that it matters most, though, and we will be bidding adieu to Citadel Gaming. It was a good run. They tried, and we ended up having a lot of promise from this team that maybe didn't have as high of expectations. For some people it did, like me. You have a lot of those historic names on this roster, but definitely looking forward to see what happens with them next year. And that is going to be it for Citadel Gaming. Hopefully we'll have our interview going with Supernova here soon. Maybe we'll get Cubby, maybe we won't. But for now, you're just stuck with me until we end up getting something going here at least. And that being said, I think the fact of the matter is Supernova are a tough team to deal with in that lower bracket. I think we saw them play a little bit with the drafting style, and we did go to 4 games for a reason. I think they swapped their style from those first 2 games in game number 3, and maybe came back to bite them a little bit. But learning is important, getting more games is important, and we saw them execute a very similar strategy to that game number 3 in game number 4. But yeah, we're hopefully getting our interview rather soon. Or I think Cubby's back, baby. I hear him in my ear.
Yeah, that was a weird one. When your motherboard freezes up.
He's not back. He's
I'm back.
talking in my ear. But
Yeah,
unfortunately, I don't think you guys can hear him just yet. But hopefully he'll be back soon. This is where we're still having some technical difficulty. Of course, it had to happen.
At least I didn't have to reboot my game in the middle of the PC, but I was like, I noticed that my mouse froze. And that's a new one. I gotta say, that's not unfamiliar territory for me with that one.
Well, tech issues aside, at least they can hear your lovely voice and look at me. So maybe I can like try to lip sync with you, and I can just be Cubby too. We'll be getting into it here soon. Cubby is back. I have gotten official confirmation. Yes,
my mouse
we're
is
not
working,
just me, and your mouse is working.
Yeah. Not that I need it during the games, but when you realize that your mouse freezes up, then you see your camera go down. That was a weird one. Tech issues remote, always fun.
Always fun. It had to happen at least once today.
Hey, you know what? At least
it wasn't with the games.
It could have been worse, tech issue wise, as always. But hey, shout out to Lee Gaze for helping us out with that one, and of course, diving into our interview here with a Supernova member quite soon. Excited to catch up with them.
Yeah, I wonder who we're gonna get.
Yeah, I mean, if it is Breezy, we're gonna have to wish him a happy birthday for sure. It's Breezy to get that birthday win that he wanted coming into the day.
And if it's not Breezy, I'm gonna ask them if they got him a cake at least, because if they didn't, I'm gonna be sad.
Hopefully a remote meal,
Yeah. You could like order people cakes. Like you can just order it to their house.
showdown. It's the classic. I did have one time back when I was calling into LCK where Mark got me DoorDash.
I do remember
for NACL. That was
lore from NACL. Anyways, to drop some more lore into it, I do believe we have our interview ready to go. So let's go ahead and kick it over. Unfortunately, I didn't hear who we actually
it's the birthday boy.
It's the birthday boy himself.
Yeah.
Yay, we get to sing happy birthday to him. Let's go ahead and bring in Breezy. My goat, happy birthday. I hope you have a cake on the way for you, but how does it feel to keep yourselves alive in that lower bracket run and do so over Citadel Gaming in pretty dominant fashion?
Feels pretty relieving, honestly. We were all like, after that loss last week, that was like not acceptable, so we really like locked in for scrims and solo queue this week, and oh man, it's a big sigh of relief, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, explain to me kind of what happened with this past week. Obviously, week 1 against Blue Water, a bit of a surprise. I know that you guys said behind the scenes, even the last couple of weeks, that scrims have been a little bit of a struggle, like not going as smoothly as the start of the split.
Yeah.
Kind of go into detail, like what was the stuff that you guys decided to really focus on in this week to prep for Citadel?
I mean, honestly, if you want to know what our scrims are like, kind of just think about that game 3, like where we have a lead, we're kind of winning our lanes, and then random deaths here and there, stupid deaths, and then we're just throwing our lead. Yeah, that's kind of how our scrims go. But we're really focusing just on like team play and using our individual skills to communicate and stuff.
Is that role like for trying to prevent those like almost mental mistakes, like those bad deaths early on? Has there been someone on the team that's kind of been like saying no more? Is that just been a team responsibility? Like how have you guys kind of worked on this to make sure that things are clean enough for playoffs?
Yeah, we actually do. Jerry's supposed to be our no more man.
Okay.
I think it's good for him too, because he's a very aggressive player, so he's trying to find a balance as well for him. But yeah, we're just all like really toning in and like making sure our communication is good, so we're not getting caught or dying stupidly, stuff like that.
So I know you talked a little bit about the loss, obviously getting knocked down in the lower bracket. Has that been a benefit to you guys? Do you feel more hungry? Do you feel like obviously only having one life is a little bit different of being in the double elim? How has that affected kind of your guys' preparation, your mentality going into it? Have you guys changed at all?
I mean, might be good for us, honestly. What Dardog told me like a few days ago was like, everyone we're gonna play the rest of the tournament is fresh out of losers, right? So like we're gonna have that little advantage on them. Well, we just have the momentum now. We're gonna keep going and going and going. But our practice has been a lot better, and we're holding ourselves to really high standards. So I'm very hopeful for the lower bracket run.
Well, hey, Breezy, thanks for visiting. I just want to give you the floor. It is, of course, your birthday. How high up on your birthday wish list was today's win before we say goodbye to you? Is there anything else?
Easily number one.
Easily number one. There is no hesitation.
I hope so, man. I hope so.
All right. Well, happy birthday, Breezy. I'll let you get to your day and hopefully any other fun you got planned. But before I let you go, any thank yous or shout outs you'd like to give?
Just shout out to my team, coaching staff, owners, my girlfriend, and yeah, you guys as well. I appreciate it. I like you guys a lot.
Well, we like seeing you compete and play at a high level too, Breezy. So congrats on the win and good play today. And if that's the case, glad you could join us for your birthday and share a bit of it with us as well.
Go get some birthday cake or whatever sweets you want, and make them get it for you. You're a goat for today. Good job.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for sitting with us. We're going to go ahead and take it back from Breezy now, the birthday boy. Make sure everybody goes and gives him some happy birthdays. And that is going to put a little bit of a capper on this 3-1 victory for Supernova.
I appreciate the no hesitation. Like, how high up on the list? Number one.
Number one, absolutely. If he didn't say that, I think there would be some other problems,
Well, you never know what's high up on the birthday list. I think there are other good options out there. Maybe you want a world peace.
Pretty good birthday present, though.
Maybe you want a world peace.
Is that achievable? I don't know. Is this achievable?
It's important to be optimistic and keep the glass half full. But hey,
true.
He achieved what he could ahead of him, as it was a good match for Breezy, and now good series for Supernova. We'll see who ended up placing that MVP that you guys voted on in the chat moving forward. But I think for Supernova, as Breezy talked about, like as a team, they had some issues and some common denominators as to why or where things were going wrong. Good to see them as a team, find a solution and definitely put together a good series today against Citadel Gaming, as it will be Dardock with the MVP.
Dardock with the MVP against Kenvi. It's a matchup I feel like we've seen so much of. Very important one nonetheless.
I feel like I saw Kenvi win the first 3 early games
Yeah, he did.
Dardak MVP probably wasn't my call, but hey, shout out to you guys in the chat for voting on that. But
Shout out to the community, the Dardak fans out there.
It'll be a solid series for Supernova. Again, I think this is something where hopefully they can build confidence from here. Both them and Dark Zero, they have a long road ahead of them in this lower bracket if they want to emerge victorious at the end. And we'll see. Again, I just feel like that's the date with Destiny in this lower bracket. It's two of the teams that we really had as favorites to compete in the LTA promotion, and they have to keep on catching up to Luminosity Gaming, who we'll see if they can win their best of 3 on Friday and put themselves one best of 3 or one best of 5 away from being the first team to qualify for
That's
the
crazy.
LTA promotion tournament.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket now, see exactly how things are panning out. Again, Supernova make that run forward. They'll be waiting the opponent from that upper bracket matchup. And then tomorrow we'll have the big one, the collegiate showdown, Dark Zero versus Winthrop.
And look, a couple things I have circled on my screen. U7 and L5, I think those are the biggest days that we have. Because at U7, that's the first team that will be in that LTA promotion tournament. And then L5, that's where the Supernova versus Dark Zero match would take place if those two teams can get there. But still a lot of competition to get through in order to earn their spot to fight in that best of 5. Dark Zero has to take care of business against Winthrop University tomorrow as they look to bounce back after getting, I would say, snuffed out by Luminosity Gaming. Just smoked them in that best of 3. See if Winthrop can provide a little bit more fight, or if Dark Zero are able to bounce back and not have a bad day again. So we'll see if they can bounce back the way the Supernova was able to bounce back today.
One of the big sharks have already bounced back. Supernova taking that victory today. We'll see if Dark Zero, who equally ended in disappointment in that round number 1, can make good against Winthrop, a matchup they know so well. And that will be tomorrow, same time, same place. So that'll be a lot of fun to see. And another best of 5 to see if we can go the distance. We only got to 4 games in our first one, but hopefully we're building up to many long best of 5 series between these teams.
And hey, excited. I mean, that's the only way I want to do it, man. If you're playing
Fearless
for your life,
best of 5. That's where
if you're
it
playing
lies.
for your life, you should be playing a best of 5. That's what we've got for pretty much the rest of playoffs. One more day of 2 best of 3s, but after that, all the big matches are going to be best of 5s and should be pretty exciting end to the split and the playoffs that we have in store, Marcel.
Yeah, it should be indeed. I do believe if you missed any of that action or want to get a little bit of action of your own, go check out prodiff.gg to get some one-on-one coaching from current and former LTA North, NACL, and ERL players and coaches. You get to send them some video of you, get to sit down with them, talk about what they would do in those situations, and improve your next game that you get to go into.
And hey, I think that Philip, Bradley, and Simon might have a little bit more booking time available after that. So
that's brutal, man. Come on.
It is. But if you want to go see what their ability is like for yourself, definitely go scan that QR code and check it out. Prodiff.gg.
They put up a fight, and I appreciate it. I'm glad we got to see Citadel Gaming win at least one game in their playoff run. But if you did end up missing any of that action, as I was going to say earlier, go check out our socials. I believe they'll be scrolling on the top left of your screen here rather shortly. Go check out any of the plays that you missed, the standings implications, things along those lines, because this is where it all matters. This is why we put so much emphasis on this best of 5, on Supernova making it forward, because there's only 2 slots in that promotion tournament to LTA North next year, and you've got to make the run.
Yeah, and yeah, I think that almost wraps up our day. But before we wrap up here, just want to give one more shout out to Deserux. He shared on Twitter what happened, but his dog passed away this morning, which is why he's not on the broadcast with us. So definitely hearts go out to him. And if you guys are still tuning in at this point, definitely go support Eric, who, man, I as someone that had a puppy growing up too, just, man, dogs are the best, but they are a part of your life and you are all of their life, and sometimes you realize how big of a part they are when they're gone. So definitely shout out to Eric and support him today. It was a surprise. You can see on his Twitter too. So always pleasure to be casting with you, Mazel, but shout out and love goes to our teammate. And, yeah, definitely I think he'd appreciate it from the community too. So
Littles will be missed.
I know we I don't want to end on a negative. We should end on the positive as Supernova's win, but I had fun today, Mazel. So thanks for joining me, and glad we can see some good games from Supernova and Citadel.
Well, shout out to Liga A, shout out to you, Cubby, shout out to Desrex. Please go give him some love, and shout out to Supernova for the 3-1 victory. The lower bracket run begins for the ones we expect to see at the very end of it. NACL continues tomorrow. Split 2 playoffs. We'll be right back, same time, same place. We'll see you there. Meanwhile, here comes the Skyfall coming in on the box side as now they end up getting the fight going. It's going to be Dardoch starting to clean house here. He's got so much damage on this Pantheon. Hoarder cleans up too, sewing CTG together. Bradley's efforts were not going to be found, and Hoarder is looking for a triple kill on the back of all of it. My goodness, man. Public execution as the Blade Surge stacks go down. It is Supernova's time to shine. They know Bradley is not ramped up, and Hoarder is still being dealt with and not being dealt with at all. Kenby trying to get out. Kenby goes down. Supernova, they're cutting through Citadel Gaming. The walls, they're made of paper, and the big wolves have blown it all down. Philip is gone. Gonna be popped. Hoarder looking for the engage, but he gets double scout of the week back again. You can't approach this Citadel Gaming roster. It is the fortress that they built, the fortress of solitude, as they come in game 3, knocking heads and knocking games. The CTG trying to fight over Scary Jerry. Scary Jerry gets picked in the end. Instinct almost goes down, but it's not nearly enough. But it will go full Supernova as they completely demolish Citadel's walls. The final Nexus turret is gone. Dardoch wants the last piece of the puzzle here on the Kenby, and Scary Jerry has gone legendary. As the final kills come in, the Nexus is laid bare, and Supernova will strike Citadel from the right.